Buy the Land and Cultivate in Different World. Volume 9 by Okazawa Rokuja. Translated by Russell. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 292 The Ultimate Trial. Meeting the Family. Paradise Island doesn't only have beautiful nature but also multiple large and elegant estates. They're used as guest houses to receive messengers from other nations, explains Prince Arowana as we walk. We had them prepared to the highest standards, lest we be looked down on. We hired dwarven carpenters from the land. They built all that you see. Oh. After walking for a while, we arrive at the largest and most luxurious building on the innermost part of the island. This is the royal family's vacation home. In front of the house stand two people, a man and a woman, side by side. They look like a middle-aged couple. Don't tell me, they're Mum, Dad, says Platy, Jr. in her arms. I knew it. They're the king and queen of the mermaid kingdom. Platy walks into her mother's arms. Oh my, Platy, you're still a spoiled child even when you're already a mother, she says. This is our mother, Mermaid Queen Mai, explains Prince Arowana. Since she's Prince Arowana and Platy's mother, she must be quite old. But she looks so young and beautiful that I find it hard to believe. It's like she's in her 20s at most. And with Platy beside her, they look more like close sisters than a mother and daughter. However, she still exudes a grace befitting her age and seems more ladylike than Platy. As for the other person, the man over there is definitely Platy's father, the Mermaid King, isn't he? He has the appearance and demeanor of a burly ruler, also appropriate for his age. Mermaid King Nugus, says Prince Arowana as he walks up to his father. Father, I, Arowana, have returned from my pilgrimage. Wham! The Mermaid King punches Prince Arowana. What for? Nghhhhhhhhh. But Prince Arowana takes his father's iron fist head-on. A rough impact. The ground beneath his feet cracks, but the prince doesn't flinch even a moment. Oh, to think he'd intercept His Majesty's orca punch. Prince Arowana really has grown during his journey. Say the soldiers, butlers, and maids around us, astonished. Did you feel my improvement? Now, here's mine. Whack. This time, Prince Arowana hits his father back. His tightly clenched fist hits the Mermaid King's chest. The tremendous impact transformed into atmospheric pressure and bounced off in all directions, perhaps unable to withstand the force. The Mermaid King staggers back a step or two. This is the first time I made you move a bit with my attack. The father and son hug each other tightly, reflecting upon the joy of their reunion. But how come his father only ever says I, and everyone else with me, are dumbfounded at how bold the turn of events is. But then, bang! An even bolder development occurred. Platy hurls an explosive potion at her father and brother. I told you to stop making a ruckus. You'll wake Junior up. The explosions you cause are noisier, though. Oh my, Platy, you really have become a mother. You care about your child more than anything now. Look, Mom, this is my baby. She's your first grandchild, right? Isn't he adorable? Oh my, I'm a grandmother now. That won't do. I want to stay active. Active? Active in love. I still want to have more children with darling. ? Deep. The Royal Mermaid family is deep. Well, I'm more or less a part of it, too, since I'm Platy's husband. But I don't think I can keep up with them. Oh, yeah, Platy comes to me. Mom, Dad. This is my husband. Now, we're going to start with the introductions. Oh my. The time has finally come. The once-in-a-lifetime event of greeting my wife's parents, and it probably shouldn't happen more than once, begins here. Section. I'm so sorry. I start by getting down on my knees. I'm sorry I went ahead and married your daughter without your permission, and I'm sorry for showing myself this late. Dear, you don't have to apologize for that. No, I will still apologize. I have nothing to lose for apologizing too much. The venue has already shifted to the inside of the mansion, with all of us sitting on this long sofa. It's all right. We heard our daughter barged in, anyway. In fact, we are very grateful for marrying our troublesome child. I understand her panic at that time because the situation was complicated by the reckless demands of the demons and humans. We welcomed the marriage offer itself, but it seems like it would have been difficult for our daughter to marry into another nation. The queen is talking about the controversy that led to Platy fleeing her home. I also heard that both the demon kingdom and the human kingdom wanted to marry her after hearing about Platy's genius. We only wanted our daughter to have a happy married life, so the fact that she chose to marry you is a blessing for us. Fortunately, I can tell through various sources that you cherish her, and you even showed us the face of our grandchild. Divine punishment would be upon me if I asked for anything more than this. She may be a handful. But I hope you'll love her. Forever. Please stop it with your ahems. But I'm relieved to see that our first meeting is going smoothly. Now that the greetings are over, allow us to give you a full-fledged welcome. The whole nation would like to meet Platy's husband, so please make your way to the Mermaid Kingdom. The Mermaid Kingdom? Oh yeah. We're at a guest house for receiving messengers. Their nation is still a separate country altogether. Isn't this amazing, dear? Exclaims Platy joyfully. No one other than merfolk has ever set foot in the Mermaid Kingdom. I think you're the first in history, huh? They'll also let us in, right? Interjects Vale, half worried, half displeased. Of course, our daughter and son-in-law's friends are also important guests. We welcome you all, says Queen Mai. Yay! Thus, we proceed to the bottom of the sea, to the capital of the Mermaid Kingdom. Chapter 293 Pinocchio's Crib. So, we're finally going to the Mermaid Kingdom. But how? If you don't mind me asking again, where is the Mermaid Kingdom? Underwater. Yeah, thought so. Merfolk aside, I'm just a human from another world. I can't stay underwater for too long. I'll drown. How am I supposed to enter the merfolk's territory? You must be confused. But don't worry. We've made preparations specifically for you, says Queen Mai, smiling. It's meant for land dwellers like you, so you don't drown going there. We then move someplace else. Section. We arrive at a small cove at the end of Paradise Island. We'll go from here. Then, Queen Mai and Platy drink potions and revert to their mermaid forms. Dear, take Junior. Yeah, Junior, who's probably only capable of pulmonary respiration like me, goes from his mother's arms to mine. Wait. Since he's half merman, he may have some kind of predominance in the water. But that's not something we should verify right now. He can check it out for himself when he grows older. We're going underwater together. Huh? Let me hold Junior. Let me hold Junior. Sorry, Vale. I know you want to hold him. But this is a father's role. In return, if something happens to us, we'll rely on your dragon powers. Queen Mai dashes some kind of liquid on me. The next thing I knew, Junior and I were enclosed in this airtight space. Is this a soap bubble? Are we in a soap bubble? Now, you can go underwater without drowning. It's our latest developed potion. I'm the one who concocted that, says Platy. Hendra asked me to make it, and I wondered what it was for. It turns out it was for us all along. You could have at least said something. And why me in the first place? Doesn't the palace have many top-notch potion makers? Well, we're most at ease if we have you do it. Seeing the queen act kittenish, for a second, I thought, she's too old for that. And you know how bad Mummy is with pharmacy magic. You're a born genius at it. Of course. I'd want to brag about my girl. It is needed, so I guess I'll let it pass. And so, we make our way to the Mermaid Kingdom. Oh, I can breathe even underwater. The bubble isn't popping and keeps the air around me secure. By the way, there are 3 of us in one bubble. Me, Junior, and Vale. We dive deeper and deeper into the ocean floor, but this sure is one amazing soap bubble. With our descent, it means it can also withstand high water pressure, right? Oh, I didn't take into account the water pressure at all. What? If so, the pressure will pop this if we go any deeper. Then, the water would come in, and Junior and I would suffocate. I'll use my dragon magic to strengthen the bubble, says Vale. A reliable dragon whenever and wherever. If she feels like it, That is, this is more difficult to adjust than I thought. If I invoke too much magic into it, the bubble won't be able to withstand it and will pop. I know you can do it, Vale. We're counting on you. In the meantime, the bubble goes deeper and deeper. It's now pitch black around us. No ray of sunlight to be seen. However, I sensed the presence of it in the sea despite zero visibility. Here we are. There's a fish on the ocean floor, but not just any fish, a gigantic one. It's so gigantic that the word itself doesn't do it justice. It's just too big. In front of that giant fish, even Dragon Vale would look like a tiny insect. What's up with that fish? The mere sight of such a giant brings up primitive fear in my body, and the sea's magnificence that hides such a creature also fills me with awe. That's the Mermaid Kingdom, huh? The fish itself is the Mermaid Kingdom's capital. I have no idea what they said, but I eventually got what they meant as we got closer. Platy and Queen Mai swim up to the giant fish with us in tow, and to my surprise, we end up in its mouth. We enter the giant fish's mouth and continue our way through, eventually arriving at a place where there's no water, there's air. No need for the soap bubble. Then, bye-bye, says Platy, dashing some kind of liquid again, and the bubble disappears. But we're fine again, because there is air here, even if we're at the bottom of the sea. Aren't we inside a fish right now, dear? You can give Junior back to me now. Platy takes the humanizing potion to turn herself into a land dweller and quickly embraces Junior. This giant fish is called Zigol. It was given to us by the sea god Poseidon, explains Queen Mai. They say he took pity on the nomadic merfolk that just hid behind rocks, so he sent them this fish. Its body doesn't digest what goes in its mouth, and we can come and go as we please, making it the perfect home for us. And so, the merfolk lived in Zigol's body and started their civilization here. So, this is the Mermaid Kingdom. Zigol is now the capital and the nation's territory itself. More than 80% of merfolk live here, a city in the body of a giant fish. Truly a fantasy setting. Once you go through that gate, you're in the Mermaid Kingdom's domain. I'm sure the people will welcome you with open arms. There's a large gate in the direction Queen Mai is pointing. It's tightly closed at the moment, so we can't see what's on the other side. Why don't we just go in? Mum, wait a little longer. More people are coming, remember? Who? At that moment, I hear the sound of water coming from behind me, and I see two burly mermen. Ahem, it's King Negus and Prince Rauana. Following them are Puffer, Songokafon, Hakai, and Ardheg. Oh, so they came too. I got them into another bubble and had my husband and Rauana lead them. Huh? But I see no sign of the bubble. Songokafon, Hakai, and the rest of the non-merfolk are all soaking wet. Did the bubble pop on their way here? What took you boys so long? I thought you were right behind us. Sorry, Mother, but we had to welcome a special guest before we left. Also, the bubble popped. I knew it. No. More importantly, a special guest? I wonder who it is? Then, I heard the sound of water again, and another person showed up. Is he the special guest in question? But you. Chapter 294. End of the coup. I am Bilan, a concerned citizen of the Mermaid Kingdom. Right now, we're facing an unprecedented crisis. The human-demon war, which we thought would last forever, ended with the demons' victory. They're probably seeking new enemies to experience more victory. That's where we merfolk come in. It's obvious that only our race has remained uninvolved in the war among the three most powerful races in the world. If a war breaks out, we will suffer tremendous damage. The worst thing that could happen is for history to repeat itself and be brought under the demons' control, just like the human race. We have to make desperate efforts to avoid this, but the foolish royalty won't do anything but indulge in the peace they have. This won't do. If those who have a duty to do so will not act, then I, who am genuinely concerned about my nation, must stand up and guide my brothers and sisters. Therefore, I am the true hero of the Mermaid Kingdom. Section. All right, the patriotic heroes have grown to a reasonable size. Now, we can take concrete action and save the Mermaid Kingdom from its downfall. The first and foremost thing we need to do is to strengthen our relationship with the Demon Kingdom, establish friendly relations with them, the conquerors of the land. and make it impossible for them to invade us. I believe the most effective way to achieve this is through political marriage. If the Mer Princess is married to the Demon King, the royal families of both nations will be related, and the bond between them will strengthen. As a matter of fact, there has been talk about this before. The Demon Kingdom offered to marry Princess Platy, the eldest daughter of the Mermaid King, but this matter was ultimately left undecided. If only Princess Platy had been obedient and gotten married, we wouldn't have had to worry about anything, and the Mermaid Kingdom would remain at peace. But there is no use crying over spilled milk. We must set our eyes on the future. It's not too late. All we have to do is get Princess Platy married to the Demon King. Then, the Demon Kingdom and the Mermaid Kingdom will become allies, and peace will last forever. His Majesty, the Mermaid King Nugus, has other daughters, but Princess Platy, the alleged genius and most beautiful of them all, should be the perfect candidate. However, Her Highness has fled and married a stranger. I must do whatever I can to bring her back and marry her off to the Demon Kingdom. Our entire group concentrated its efforts to look for the princess, but to no avail. Thankfully, good news knocked on our door. Princess Platy herself has returned to the Mermaid Kingdom. This is the perfect opportunity. We must secure Princess with our own hands and negotiate with the Demon Kingdom to establish their marriage. That's exactly what concerned citizens of the Mermaid Kingdom should do. The day Princess Platy returns has come. A crowd of spectators awaits her appearance in front of the main gate to the nation. They're peace-loving idiots who preach the royal family and have come to catch a glimpse of them. Amidst the crowd, we, the patriotic heroes, are also mixed in. Okay, let's go over the protocol, shall we? As the group leader, I say to my comrades, Princess Platy will be coming in through the main gate soon. We'll assault and abduct her. Then we will marry her off to the Demon Kingdom. There will be a fierce battle with the guards, but you must eliminate those obstacles and bring Princess Platy at all costs. The fate of the Mermaid Kingdom lies in this battle. Leader, nervously asks one of my men, are you sure about this? We heard that the princess is married and now has a child. Isn't she here to show her child to His Majesty? What about it? Wouldn't it be a shame to separate her now from her own family? He's bothered by the trifling matters. This is why he's just some grunt. Listen, Princess Platy is royalty. Yes, sir. And royalty must be sacrificed for the good of the nation. Risking their lives to save their nation from danger is the duty and the raison d'etre of royalty. One of these sacrifices is to marry herself into the Demon Kingdom. It is natural for the royal family to marry someone beneficial to the nation rather than someone they have a romantic interest in. If anything, it's Princess Platy who's being selfish. We can think of this event as correcting that attitude. In fact, to ensure Princess Platy holds no ill feelings, you may slay her husband and child on the spot. That way, we'll be able to marry her into the Demon Kingdom without a worry. All right, the princess is coming. Don't mess up now. Once the main gate is open and we've confirmed her presence, we'll execute our plan. If this plan is successful, we will seize our nation's political rule. The main gate is open. Someone's coming. Confirm their identity. If it's the princess, hurry and it's a prince. Prince Rauana? Why is the prince who hasn't been seen in public recently here? I'm back, everybody. Prince Rauana has returned from his pilgrimage. The surrounding crowd cheers loudly. We're mixed among them, but this noise is just intolerable. I didn't expect Prince Rauana to return now. During a national crisis, he carefree went on a journey. It's as if he cannot read the times. If such a fool becomes the Mermaid King, it will be another national crisis in itself. My return must have surprised you all. But there's someone I'd like to introduce. He is a good friend of mine and an important person in another nation. It's Lord Zed, the Demon King. Huh? What? There's a powerful-looking demon standing next to Prince Rauana. What's more, he looks familiar. Isn't he the ruler of the Demon Kingdom? Demon King Zed. I've already visited the demon capital and signed a peace treaty there during my pilgrimage. Now, the Demon King has also come to visit us. Prince Rauana is an extraordinary hero. Regulating alongside him is the greatest blessing for both our nations. We, The patriotic heroes know the Demon King's face from portraits and other sources, as he will be our first negotiation partner. So, he's unmistakably the real deal. Was Prince Rauana's journey a guise to befriend the Demon King? Our objective was to marry Princess Platy into the Demon Kingdom to strengthen our relations with them. But the prince has already accomplished this. What now? There's also someone else I would like to introduce you to. A friend who has been instrumental in our mutual friendship. His name is Saint Kidden. After Prince Rauana and the Demon King's synchronized introduction, a third man comes out of the gate. Just a plain, lanky man, but beside him is Princess Platy with a baby in her arms. Lord Saint is my sister's husband and one of this world's omnipotent beings. Only under Lord Saint will there be peace between our nations. The Demon King and Prince Rauana talk in succession. What would you do if a group of people wanted to harm Lord Saint? Demon King. In response to Prince Rauana's question, the Demon King pauses and says, "We'll destroy them." Agreed. Lord Saint is my brother-in-law now. Anyone who tries to harm him and his family also becomes the Mermaid Kingdom's enemy. Are they perhaps referring to us? Do they know about our plan? Rebel Bilan Bilan. Someone suddenly called out to me from behind. Who was that? It's Hendra of the Better family. He even brought guards with him. It's already been exposed that you rioters calling yourselves the patriotic heroes are planning to attack the princess. Now be still and turn yourselves in. You controversialist bastard, you've seen it yourselves. Prince Rauana has taken care of all of your worries. The new Mermaid Kingdom ruled by the prince has no need for imbeciles who can't trust their ruler. Guards, seize every last one of them. Nonsense. Why are you arresting me? Why are you treating me like a criminal? I'm concerned about the Mermaid Kingdom's future. It's for my own nation. Stop it. Don't gag me. MMMMMMBH, Chapter 295 Mermaid Royal Palace. Wow, that went well, and surprisingly so. Prince Rauana and the Demon King laugh heartily. It's me again. These two rulers are nothing short of grand when they're together. We caught 50 rebels red-handed, just as we hoped. If we make them fess up, it'll be a fatal blow to many more miscreants. Thankfully, the Mermaid Kingdom is stable now. The new era of our friendship will be a sound one. The Demon King made a surprise visit at the same time as us for this very occasion. At first, I wondered why he was here. But the effect revealed itself immediately. He blew away the merfolk's desultory fears that the demons would invade their nation. Let me explain. The Mermaid Kingdom had a rebellious faction against the royal family. They also instigated the fear that the Demon Kingdom and the Mermaid Kingdom might go to war. Prince Rauana and his allies deliberately allowed them to strike. Caught in their trap, the rebels were rounded up in one fell swoop. His sudden pilgrimage was also for this purpose. If we can hold a peace treaty signing ceremony with the Demon King tomorrow, the stability of the Mermaid Kingdom will be resolute. The anti-factions won't be able to make their move. Royalty who acts while thinking about such things every step of the way scares me. It's a world beyond my comprehension. My wife is also royalty, but right now, she's sitting next to me, modestly changing Junior's diapers. I hope this modest life will continue forever. We've already reached the castle where the Mermaid King and his family live. The inside has a strange structure, with a running river for merfolk to swim. There's also a shore area where they can rest and relax when they get tired of swimming. The capital is generally structured like so, with canals stretching all around, almost like Venice. These canals penetrate the interiors and serve as pathways. Once again, I'm astonished to see such a complex arrangement inside the body of one gigantic fish. According to them, Zigol's body is divided into several compartments, with some half-water, half-land areas like this one, and others completely filled with water. I guess merfolk live in different areas according to their preferences. This place leaves nothing else to be desired. Even powerful dragons find such a secluded region rare. Woo! This place is huge. I can't believe we're in the belly of a big fishy. Indeed, Sisvale. If it's this big, it should be fine if we revert to our original form. Truly indeed, Sisvale. Wanna try it? Let's. Sisvale. Please stop. I hurriedly stopped Vale and Ardheg from trying to revert to their dragon forms. There may be no problem regarding their sizes, but there would be panic if two dragons suddenly appeared here. Especially Ardheg, who looks like a distinguished gentleman when he really is a dragon. Other than that, it's a joyous reunion with Platy's other siblings at the royal palace. I thought there were only 3 of them, but I was naive. There are many more. 2 younger brothers and 4 younger sisters, and to make matters even scarier, there are plans for more. The Mermaid King and his wife's intimacy is unstoppable. We can't lose, dear. We're also going to make more. Platy, who inherited their genes, is burning with competitive passion. I'm also going to make a big family with Asters and Glacia. Even the Demon King is inspired. Well, it's good to have more children to lead the next generation, so I won't object. Enrich the country, strengthen the army, as they say. But just when I thought our stay in the Mermaid Kingdom would pass peacefully. Father, Mother, I must speak with you. Prince Rauana made his move. Yes, this visit was not only for Platy's homecoming, my wedding greeting, and for the King and Queen to see their grandchild, but it also had a further significance. It also meant Prince Rauana's return, who had finished his journey. Since he is the rightful heir to the throne, isn't his matter more important? But he, perhaps out of concern, waited for us to finish our business first. He really is a considerate man. Sorry we were late in greeting you, Rauana. Mommy's happy to see you again. His parents are delighted to see their son back. I can tell just by looking that you've grown stronger from your journey. It must have been worthwhile. Yes, Mother. The hardships of the land have taught me many things, some of which I will need to learn to rule my nation. Come here. Huh? Without replying, the Mermaid Queen embraces her son, his face buried in her still youthful chest. Mother? It's about time this habit stops. Oh, come on. You can come back to this chest once in a while, where I used to hold you when you were a baby. It's a frazzling attack for a man in his 20s. But no matter how much a person grows up, they'll always be a child in front of their mother. It seems like only yesterday when you were clinging to my chest for dear life. Oh, my darling little boy, excuse me, interrupts someone's queen's motherly moment with her son. It's Puffer? It was Puffer, a fellow traveler of Prince Rauana. She was strangely quiet until now, but now her knife-sharp nature showed itself. Isn't that too thoughtless a way to treat the next Mermaid King? A king is also known as the nation's father. Treating a father like a child could lead to contempt from your people. Why yikes. The queen's expression suddenly turned deathly cold, but it only lasted for a moment. It quickly returned to her cheerful smile. It was so instantaneous that I thought it was only my imagination. You're right. My little Rauana will follow Darling's footsteps, so I must treat him accordingly. Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you for reminding me. You're a good girl. What's your name? It's Puffer, Your Majesty. Forgive me for overstepping my bounds. She's actually being polite. This unique atmosphere made everyone tense. Even Junior gulped. So, Father, Mother, as I was saying. Oh, yes. Of course. Sorry I interrupted you. What is it you want to say? I think it's also time for me to tie the knot. The Queen's expression fades once again at the prince's statement. Well, if you're going to be on the throne, you're going to have to marry a woman befitting a queen. Truthfully, we've received many marriage offers from ladies of the most prestigious merfamilies. From these, we will select the most suitable mermaid to be the next queen, and she brings out a pile of photos. But, no, Mother, I have already decided who will be my partner, replies Prince Rauana. Puffer is the one I want for life. I ask your permission, Father, Mother. With that, he embraces Puffer by her shoulders. At that moment, everyone noticed. The Mermaid Queen emanated a sinister aura that spooked even the Demon King. I sense a war coming. Chapter 296 Bride and Mother-in-Law War. Hush, darling. The Mermaid King immediately said something, but he was also immediately rebuked by his wife. Perhaps he was giving his son the green light with his but to express all his intentions with one word is just too inconvenient to those around him. Rauana dear. The Queen turns to the young couple, Prince Rauana and Puffer. Mommy loves you from the bottom of her heart. I only want your life to be a happy one, through and through. Then please grant me permission to marry her, insists the prince. I am also aware of my position. I want to marry with the blessings of my beloved parents. He's pretty serious. I wonder if his aggressive temperament is something he acquired during his pilgrimage. I don't think he was like this before. Either way, it will prove beneficial for him to seize the initiative in political measures. You said your name was Puffer, yes? Which school did you go to? Nowhere in particular. My knowledge regarding pharmacy magic is mostly self-acquired. An auditory hallucination that sounds like cracking thin ice when treaded on reverberates throughout the room. Gods, what is this tension in the air? That won't do. If the queen is an illiterate, a nation's prestige will be tarnished. Isn't it rather ignorant to assume someone is illiterate just because they didn't finish school? The potions I concoct are better than those of elite scholars. Well, someone's confident. You're as grand as a little girl who knows nothing about the world. I've seen the world with Prince Rauana. If you call me ignorant, wouldn't that mean your son's journey was meaningless? Crack, crack, crack. Cracking sounds can be heard loud and clear even though nothing broken is in sight. Terrifying. The tremendous clash of spirits between Queen Mai and Puffer is terrifying. Is this one of the most terrifying things in the world? A bride and mother-in-law war? Mother Puffer, please calm down. Ahem ahem. The father and son are flustered. These men are hopeless. Then again, there's no room for me, a less related person, to intervene, nor do I have the guts to. Who should be the mediator in this situation? I guess it's my turn to try. Oh, it's my wife, Platty. She is Queen Mai's beloved daughter and Puffer's good friend. In other words, her position in this situation is a sister-in-law. Mediating between the mother-in-law and the bride is the sister-in-law's role. I, Platty, the mer-princess, will do her royal duty for a change. You're so reliable, my wife. Please do everything you can to ease this tension. Quiet, Platty dear. You stay out of this, Platty. She was rejected with a few words and came back dejected. Wow, the sister-in-law is weak. No, I won't lose. Or so I thought, but she rouses herself up. I'm a mother now. Mothers are strong. I'll make a giant step with a mother's power. Hang in there. Mum, listen to me. Like I said, we'll have a nice little chat after I'm done with this woman here. Just listen. Her daughter's spirit made Queen Mai change her stance. That was incredible, Platty. I'm also in favor of Rauana's marriage to Puffer. First of all, she clearly states her opinion. Why? Because it seems interesting. Her motive is all over the place, though. You look like you're against their marriage because of Puffer's educational background. But I don't think it's a problem. After all, her skills in potion compounding are top-notch. She's also one of the best potion compounders herself, so she makes a compelling point. You do know the rumored 6 witches, right, Mum? You mean the 6 mad witches? You don't need to add the mad part. Anyway, Puffer here is one of the 6 witches, along with me. That is the most striking proof of her ability. Being part of the 6 witches is practically like being recognized as a top-class potion compounder. I think that alone is a brand worthy of a mermaid queen. But witches are also infamous for being troublemakers. Interrupts Puffer. Could you not butt in with a negative remark? The queen boldly tries to counter-argue. Magic isn't the only thing taught in school, dear. It's also a place to learn etiquette, social wit, and worldly wisdom. Those are the most important things for royalty, you know. But I didn't finish school either, remember? Replies Platty, a fully fledged royalty. I dropped out of Mermaid Witch Academia. Is that something to be proud of? Since I'm still royalty, who even received marriage proposals from other nations, it's also okay for Puffer to be queen, right? Platty. To think you'd go this far to support me, you really are kind, says Puffer, moved to tears. Meanwhile, the father and son, who are just watching from the sidelines, look miserable. I mean, wouldn't it be more interesting for the Mermaid Kingdom to have an outlaw like you as the future queen? Platty. By the way, I don't even know where you went to school, Mum. So, I don't think you have any right to criticize your future daughter-in-law about her educational background. Perhaps Platty hit the bullseye, the queen replies with a sigh instead of a rebuttal. It's as you say, dear. Mommy has never been to school either. I knew it. You're not very good at magic, after all. I didn't think you had any experience. Her judgment is impressive. The Queen's basis for opposing their marriage because of Puffer's education is now destroyed. Oh, all right. Then let's drop the opposition from that aspect. You still intend to be against it? Why is she so stubborn? Let's do this instead. Puffer, you said you're one of the 6 mad witches, yes? Yes. Then I will directly test your abilities as a witch to see if you are qualified to be a queen. In a real fight. Of course. Huh? Both Puffer and Platty tilt their heads, wondering what she said out of the blue. As for the men, total air. Test her skills? You might want to think again, Mum. Mox battle or whatever. You must be a witch to take on someone like Puffer. Even the head of Mermaid Witch Academia can't handle her. It may be a harsh way to talk to her mother, but it just means Puffer's abilities are the real deal. If so, the easiest way to find out is to fight a witch with a witch. Yes? Question mark. The Queen's words make less and less sense. She's saying that she wants Puffer, one of the 6 witches, to fight other witches. But with whom? I think all 5 other witches, including Platty, favor her marriage to Prince Rauana and won't be on board with the idea of fighting her. Wait, 4 of them, to be more precise. One witch's identity remains unknown. If I recall, I'll be fighting her. Question mark. It's been ages, but I think it's time to remember when Mai-kan, was known as the Witch of Darkness, says the Queen. It seems this mother and daughter-in-law war is about to escalate into a confrontation between 2 witches. Chapter 297 The Bitter Cold vs. Darkness. You're the Witch of Darkness? Mum? You? The Witch of Darkness? Platty is the most shocked by the revelation. She didn't know it was her mother? But please don't shout. You'll make Junior cry. The Witch of Darkness identity is the only one in the 6 witches who remains unknown. Various theories such as dugong, light refraction, experimental organism developed by the royal family, plasma, conspiratorial hoaxes, and abnormal weather are battling each other. She's a mystery wrapped in even more mystery. Was her existence that enigmatic? But you're that witch? What a surprise. Rauana. Dad, did you know about this? The royal father and son awkwardly look at each other as they are pressed by their daughter, sister, and say, Ahem. I knew. You britty Platty is fuming mad. Wait, Platty, I was not hiding it out of spite. It was all for Mother's sake. Ahem. Mother terribly hates the fact that she's the Witch of Darkness. That's why she doesn't want anyone to know. I only found out by chance. I was so shocked at the time that I locked myself in my room for 2 nights. Ahem. The prince is trying to justify himself. But if being a witch is such an abominable past for the Queen, why did she go and reveal herself to us now? Is that how much you're opposed to me marrying Puffer? Ahem. But why? I wasn't expecting you to be this disapproving. Prince Rauana's confusion aside, the situation continues to escalate. Very well, I understand. If defeating my mother-in-law is the condition of our marriage, I will steel myself and do my best to crush you. You'll have to win all the battles before you can prove yourself worthy of being my daughter-in-law. Just what is going to happen to this in-law conflict? Section. Anyway, we decided to move the battle to a different location because it was going to be problematic inside the castle. They're going to be fighting outside Zigol's body. This way, there would be no collateral damage and preserve the confidentiality of things from outsiders. We, however, are still allowed to watch the battle as involved people. Land dwellers like the Demon King and me are once again enclosed in a soap bubble to watch their battle. On the seafloor, where the sunlight doesn't reach, 2 beautiful mermaids eerily glare at each other. HNGH. It still doesn't make sense to me, says Platty, a fellow spectator and one who watches over our bubble. She's been constantly tilting her head for some time now. What's up with her? I still can't accept the fact that Mom is the Witch of Darkness. She's a witch full of mystery, but to think it's actually her. Well, it is hard to accept the unknown side of your relatives sometimes, but Platty is a princess and the crowned witch, so I don't think it's that hard to believe. A mother and her daughter being witches seem pretty likely if you ask me. That's not what I meant. I told you, Mom is not good at pharmacy magic, huh? Which is a title given to an atrociously outstanding potion compounder. But I've never seen her handle a potion even once. Not even shake a test tube. That's why she never expected her mother to be a witch, not even in her wildest dreams. Oh well, our analyses aside, the tension in the parties involved keeps on rising. If winning is the condition, I will do everything in my power to defeat you. You don't have to awkwardly force yourself to be polite. Just use language appropriate to your crude upbringing. Fine then, I won't hold back in any shape or form, auntie. The early bird gets the worm. Puffer throws a potion-filled test tube. The contents of the tube are probably her specialty, a freezing potion. As someone whose home is the sea, her battle here is much more fluid and speedier than on land. The test tube cracks on its own before it reaches the queen, leaking its contents and mixing with the water to form large blocks of ice. It wasn't an attack. Why would she make such a meaningless move? That's Puffer's way of fighting, says Prince Arawana, another spectator. She places several ice blocks as obstacles, blocks her enemy's path, and uses the cold vapor emitted by the ice to slow them down. To the untrained eye, it looks quite haphazard, but Puffer's fighting style is actually well thought out. He knows what Puffer's exactly thinking after traveling together for so long. They're like a mature couple who know each other very well. And just like that, Mom's escape route is sealed. Even if she has a trump card, she'll still be crushed together. Puffer really is a solid fighter despite her looks, says Platty. It seems a checkmate is already in place. Puffer, who has put her preparations into order, throws another test tube at the queen. If it hits her, Puffer will win. It's probably an offensive potion this time. The queen can't dodge it with the ice blocks in her way. There's nothing she can do to get out of this. But then it was at that moment that we, the spectators, were interrupted by some intruder. Someone is wading into the water at incredible speeds towards us. Phew. That was close. Her impact almost made our bubble pop. Just who was that? Sisma is fighting. Why? Oh, I've seen that person, or rather mermaid, before. Isn't that Zothsira, the Six Witches Witch of the Abyss? Why is she, the oldest of the Six Witches, here? One of my lab's instruments showed an abnormal reading, so I came here. I knew it. This is bad. What? What is she panicking about? If you've got something worthwhile to say, say it. Or is this a blatant death flag? Zothsira, do you know my mother's true identity? Asks Platty. You're a generation or two older than the other witches, so you must know a lot, right? What are you flustered about? What's the secret behind my mother being a witch despite being incapable of magic? I see you're here too, crowned witch. Orcubo's not with you today? Worry about your sweetheart later. Anyway, with the perfect commentator, the plot thickens. It's not that Sisma can't use pharmacy magic, she just doesn't use it. To be more precise, she does not need to resort to such unrefined products as potions. Crash goes the sound echoing well under the sea. Such loud sounds will wake Junior up. At a closer glance, we can see that the ice blocks surrounding Queen Mai have all shattered, including the latter potion thrown at her. Even Puffer cannot grasp the situation. Her battle formation was shattered in a matter of seconds. It's most likely the queen's doing, but no one knows what she exactly did. Save for a few people. That's the magic Sisma uses, says Zothsira, trembling. It's a magic that once existed during ancient merfolk times but was buried in history and disappeared. Pharmacy magic is just a degraded version of it. The true merfolk magic, which even the deities feared to the point of sealing it away, is called solmization magic. Chapter 298 A Siren's Song. See Kamt Smit Goldenum Kamund Sing Tine Lied Dayby, Das Hat ein Wundersame, Du Altige Melodie. Queen Mai starts singing. Strangely enough, her voice still resonates underwater, so much so that I can hear it clearly even from within the bubble. What is this song? There's something abnormal about it. What are you doing, you foolish apprentice? Use your potions to guard yourself. It seems Puffer, who's in the middle of a battle, and Zothsira, who just arrived, had a teacher-disciple relationship before. Puffer immediately reacts in response to her former teacher's statement. She shatters a test tube that forms an ice shield in front of her. The shield shatters in an instant, its impact blowing Puffer away in the process. Gah, that was a close call. She almost had it right in her face. Their teacher-disciple relationship came into play at a strange time. Hey, witch hag. What's going on here? How is Mom attacking Puffer? Don't call me a damn hag. Besides, Sis Mai is still older in terms of age, but she keeps her existence a secret, making me the oldest of the 6 witches. You think I care about that right now? We need an explanation. Isn't that why you're here? Platy's high-handedness made Zothsira give in. Solmization magic is the art of manipulating magic by singing. Land dwellers cast their magic through chants, right? It's similar to that. It's true that Queen Mai has been singing away merrily for a while now. Meanwhile, Puffer has been retreating, shocked as if hit by something invisible. You said earlier that solmization magic is the merfolk's original magic, right? Merfolk used to control magic with words, just like land dwellers, but with the addition of rhythm. Except, our ancestors must have had a much greater aptitude for magic that it far surpassed that of other races, to the point of almost destroying the world. Zothsira, who's doing her own research far from the mermaid kingdom, seems to know things no one else does. The sea deities then sealed solmization magic from merfolk. Still, they felt sorry if they were left with nothing, so they gave them potion magic and the giant fish Zigol in return. This all happened a long time ago. If what you say is true, how come Mom can use ancient magic? Ever heard of atavism? I'm not much knowledgeable myself, but Sis Mai was born with the most powerful and dangerous power of merfolk. According to her, Queen Mai, who was born with an immense talent for better or worse, got so pretentious that her own power manipulated her. The Mai Can of the time easily committed brutal acts with the power that resided in her, such as beating up younger Zothsira and forcing her to be her underling. She even said something ominous, like making this world a place where only her voice echoes. She also tried to seriously destroy the world by having me and Carp concoct a great magic formula. Of course, we were stopped. Stopped? By who? They're right here. Look, we follow Zothsira's gaze and see a giant, old merman, the mermaid king. In his younger days, he persuaded Sis to stop her plans altogether. It was a big help to us because neither Carp nor I could defy her. They had such a grand past. Merfolk sure are passionate when it comes to love. This ugly man took a vow in exchange for his speech to gain the power to resist Sis Mai's magic. That's how he was able to butter up to her and win her over. Wow, His Majesty is incredible. Since then, he can only ever say but that just goes to show how much he wanted to stop Sis. But now that she's using her magic again, who knows if this world will live to see another day. As someone who was also there to witness past events, Zothsira's fear is real. Nonetheless, the battle goes on, but we can no longer call it one. Queen Mai's magic is one-sidedly assaulting Puffer. Den Shifrum Cleansif, Grift Smit Wild Demwe, Shout Nick Die Felsenrif, Shout Nahinauf in Dial. Her magic seems to be activated whenever she sings. Puffer is moments away from being crushed by the swirling currents. She throws 6 test tubes at once, but to no avail as the surrounding currents repel its effects. My absolute 0 potions, not even my most potent concoctions work, but the fact that she can hold out this long proves that Puffer is exceptionally strong. A typical mage, be it human, demon, or mermaid, would have been knocked out in no time flat. Still, she looks like she's close to her limit. Ik Glorb, Die Wellen Verschlingen Namen Schiffer und Kahn, und das hat mit Remsingen die Lorligetten, just before being swallowed by the torrent created by the Queen's song. Tears through the current, ? Queen Mai also stops singing at the sudden turn of events. What are you doing, Rauana dear? Yep, Prince Rauana intervened in their battle. He swung down the crescent pike I made and terrifically sliced through the current. I had no idea it was capable of such power. Dear, this is a battle between this girl and me. You must not interfere. No, I will interfere because this is my fight too. What did you say? My future together with Tofu is at stake in this fight. I can't just stand by and watch as long as this is the case. I wouldn't want people to think I'm an oaf who makes his wife do all the work, he says, readying his pike. Listening to Zothsira's story made me respect furthermore. I must learn to love earnestly. Which is why I'll point my pike at you, mother. If so, I guess we're in this too, are? Question mark. As if to support the young couple, a dragon and an angel appear. It's Ardheg and Songokuphon. We've always worked together on our journey. So, why not do that here again? She's the last boss. In it? Let's go. Prince Rauana's allies are once again united. Oh, Hakai's present too. He's the only one who can't breathe underwater, so he's just drowning. Hang in there, Hakai. You're one of his travel companions too. Queen Mai stares at the group for a moment, then quickly retreats. That's not fair. If you're going to band together, I'll have no choice but to make way. Mother. Or do you want to beat mommy up with your friends, dear? How awful. You're going to make mommy cry from sadness. No. That wasn't my intention. Prince Rauana panics before his mother making boohoo gestures. Men really are weak when it comes to their mothers, no matter their age. Does this mean the battle's over? I wondered for a while what was going to happen, but it turns out Puffer and her friends were able to defeat Queen Mai, who was a more formidable opponent than they expected, through the power of their bond as friends. Yay! We won! I'm happier than when we beat the Geyser Dragon. As Puffer's group rejoices, Queen Mai leaves. She comes to where we are, the spectator area. That was a terrible charade, Mum. There goes Platy and her relentless remarks. However, Queen Mai, her mother, didn't reply. If you're going to back out so easily, you shouldn't have objected in the first place. What did you want to do by revealing your secret? Now, even more people know that she's the Witch of Darkness. Queen Mai eventually speaks up as if she can't bear her own silence. Because I don't want my little Arowana to be taken away from me. And with that, she hugs the Mermaid King and weeps. Further conversation with her was impossible. Prince Rauana is her son, the first boy she ever had. She thought he would always be hers. But now he'd belong to another woman, and she felt extremely reluctant to let him go. Oh, I think I understand now, says Platy. Junior in her arms. If Junior grows up, brings a woman I don't know and says he'll marry her, I'll kill the woman for sure. Let's not, deal? Mothers have their own indescribable sentiments for their sons, and that will forever be incomprehensible to men. Anyway, now that the battle is over, it's about time we rescue Hakai. He was squirming and struggling a moment ago, but now he isn't even twitching. Hakai managed to breathe again via CPR. We're back in the Mermaid Kingdom's capital in a harmonious mood. Save for a bear. Queen Mai is strangling Zothsira. When did you become such a chatterbox, Zossi? Don't you think it's unbecoming of a woman to go around spreading rumors about others? Oh wow. All I wanted to do was to speak on behalf of those reluctant to reveal themselves. I can't help but butt in because if you really snap, this world will kiss itself goodbye. I didn't know Zothsira had that in mind. I feel sorry for her. The next time she comes to the farm, I'll make sure she gets some more alone time with Okubo. But I was surprised to find out that Aroana's girl is one of your pupils, says Queen Mai, her grip around Zothsira's neck not loosening up one bit. You should have told me sooner. You're like a little sister to me, Zossi. Any of your apprentices is like my niece. The person you so call your little sister is about to die from suffocation. Though, I can leave my little Aroana to such a girl without a worry. He's a little too serious and inflexible, but please take care of him. Yay, the decision was made easily. Makes me wonder what all the ruckus before this was. We did it, Puffer. Now we're husband and wife. Let's get married right now, and have a child. We can't let the gap between Platy and me widen. I thought the festivities were going to continue, but oh, you can't get married just yet, huh? The Queen's words halted the couple's excitement. What are you talking about, Mother? Didn't you approve of our marriage? Just your relationship, dear. Not your marriage. Rather, even if Darling and I approve, the public isn't quite ready for it, huh? Prince Rauana is going to be the next mermaid king, so it's natural that he also needs his people's approval to get married. Those called witches are infamous and receive harsh treatment from the public. Yes, I'm a witch myself, so believe me, dear, I know what it feels like. I've had my fair share of hardships before I got married to darling. You need to work hard to become worthy of being mermaid queen. Puffer. Sound reasoning no one could counter-argue. They can't just ignore the fact that Puffer was originally a prisoner and let her get married to royalty. You live on the farm of Platty's husband. Yes? We also have young girls studying there, so why don't you teach them? I see. If she gains popularity by teaching promising young mermaids, she'll have an advantage in marrying a Rauana. Nice idea, Mum. Even Platty's on board with the idea. I guess Puffer's going to stay on the farm with us longer. The road to their marriage is still far. Note: Queen Mai's song is in German in the raw and is actually referencing the German poem The Lorelei, chapter 299. Another homecoming. My name is Hendra, a merman living in the mermaid kingdom. Occupation: controversialist. Proud to be an ordinary merman. But lately, I don't feel that way. It's because Prince Rauana, our future leader, keeps giving me special orders. Once, I was sent to work for his sister, Princess Platty. I also swam here and there to talk to the parents of Princess Angel, the second princess, and her friends. Now, I'm being used as a military force to identify the anti-royalists and apprehend them all at once. I had to command troops and round up the rash people who plotted to kidnap the princess during her return. I thought to myself, why doesn't he just leave that to the actual military? But since he didn't know where they were hiding, we couldn't do the mission in broad daylight. In the end, he left everything to me, whom he trusts. I appreciate it, but I have reasons why I'm not totally delighted. I'm a controversialist, not a soldier. A controversialist is in opposition, analyzes trends, explains things to the public in a simple way, and debates with other controversialists to find a better course. Sometimes we even act as advisors to influential people. In other words, it's a profession where you move your mouth but never your hands or feet. Exercising force is just absurd. But I understand why Prince Rauana ordered me to lead the troops. It is something to do with my lineage. I am the second son of a noble military family in charge of our nation's army, the Better family. My father is the current commander-in-chief. His children were also given a thorough military education and were promised to become elites from an early age. I, too, was one of them. My siblings were eager, but I refused to follow the path that had been paved for me. Instead, I left the government service to become a controversialist. Naturally, I was disowned by my family and wasn't allowed to return, even for my parents' funeral. It all seemed reasonable. I had to pay the inevitable price for my persistence, but now, I'm going back to my parents' place after so long. Yikes. Of course, I'm going there regarding the capture of the anti-royalists. I have to give a detailed report on the results and apologize that I, an outcast, commanded the troops without permission from the upper echelons of the military, and that means my family. I've been trying to report things for a while now, but they told me they'd listen to it in full detail at home, where I'm not even welcome. To think I'd be going home under such circumstances. All because Prince Rauana was returning from his pilgrimage. Who would have expected such a coincidence? Oh, Hendra, you're finally here. Greets Wild, my elder brother, at the door. He's the one I'm supposed to report to and is now the commanding officer of the Imperial Guards. It's been a while, brother. Jumping straight to the business, I'd like to report the charges and treatment of the criminals. You think that matters right now? Come on in. Huh? Don't you think that matters right now? Me. It's the Imperial Guard's job to deal with royal assailants. Why the hesitation? This is also your home. Further has been waiting for you for ages. Hurry. Further's home too? No, wait. I don't want him to see me like this. Please wait. I just came to report to you. Section. You're the only good-for-nothing child I've ever had, says my father, traditional Better. He's the head of the Better family, known for its military prowess, and is the current commander-in-chief. He best exemplifies our family tradition, and his name will be passed down for generations to come. You libertine of a son. Instead of following the path of a soldier, you choose a weak career as a controversialist and besmirch the family name. As soon as I showed my face, he thoroughly bashed me. This is why I felt reluctant. It's not like I have a heart of steel that doesn't get hurt at all by such scathing criticism, but I'm not so naive as to keep silent, either. With all due respect, Father, it is misguided to say that we controversialists are weak. We put our life on the line to forecast the nation's future. It is not with one's mouth, but with one's hands that decides the future. At least, that's what our ancestors did. That is our duty as a military family. Which is why I cut ties. I'm no longer a member of the better family but just one person walking the path of a controversialist. Surely, you have no complaints regarding this? Why would I have any, in the first place? Says Father discontentedly. He hasn't changed at all. I had the same argument with him years ago, which ended in a fight and me leaving home. I hadn't returned since then because I knew this would happen. Now, let's put the arguments aside, Father. Intervenes my brother. You didn't call Hendra back here to do this, did you? Indeed. Reminded by my brother, further changes his attitude. He's always had a soft spot for him. The first son is a role model. The second, a failure. There will inevitably be a difference in the way we are treated. Hendra, the reason I allowed you to return home today was to praise you for your accomplishment. Huh? You did a marvelous job apprehending the rebels. Ah, he must be talking about the anti-royalists. Well, it was an order from Prince Rauana, so I had no choice but to do it. No need for further explanations. You have the blood of the betters flowing in your veins. The blood of a soldier who fights for his nation. Did I just see further nod in satisfaction? This isn't what I had in mind. Your father has always been worried about you. Mother, you're here? Oh, I guess you would be. This is your house, after all. Your father always said you're a hopeless child, but he only meant that in an adoring way. He's just sulking. Sulking? Why? Because you didn't go into the military. It was your father's dream that Wild, you, Pragat, and Crowntail would join the army and take up important positions. She even mentioned my other siblings' names. Did Father always have such ambitions? But isn't establishing a parental authority system in the military perilous? At least, that's what I think from a controversialist's point of view. When you said you would be a controversialist, I felt betrayed, so I treated you harshly, but I guess you really are my son. I never knew you could accomplish such a feat despite being outside the military. Like I said, the prince asked me to do it, so I had no choice. You can get into any department with your achievement and my recommendation. Now is the time for you and your siblings to join the army and make a name for yourselves in better history. This is going nowhere. My father has gone into full doting parent mode. I didn't know he could quickly change his attitude by meeting expectations. I can see why, but how am I supposed to respond to this? Please wait, Father, says Wild. I understand your desire to take pride in Hendra, but I think it would be best if he took less direct actions. What do you mean? Prince Rauana has entrusted everything to him because he is free to act independently. Unlike the military, the prince has the qualities of a wise ruler and has connections with all sorts of people. Ah, so you mean to say that putting Hendra will limit His Highness' options? Yes. Am I a spy or something? I'd rather concentrate on my work as a controversialist than do that, honestly. I see. You can look at the situation from a different perspective. I guess that means I'm getting old. Father, Hendra, it's hard for a warrior to be unable to demonstrate his valor, but to endure it is a sign of a true warrior. For now, support Prince Rauana from the shadows. That's not it. The betters will spare no effort to assist you. If you need help fulfilling a secret mission for the prince, do not hesitate to turn to your brother or me. No, thank you. I don't do that kind of work. In the first place, the only reason I'm listening to Prince Rauana's favors is that he's my best friend, who's about the same age as me. A controversialist on the outside, but a secret agent working under orders from the royal family on the inside. Well, isn't that cool? I told you, that's not it. I tried raising my voice, but my point didn't go through. My family is just in the mood to celebrate their prodigal son's return. Dear. So, disowning Hendru is invalid from now on. He can come back whenever he wants. I knew he was my son from the very start. I'm proud of you, Hendra, as I am of all my children. I can't correct them now if I'm made to feel at home like this. This is unfair. And so, this is how I ended my trip home, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted off my chest. Chapter 300, Otherworldly Fertility Plan. It's me again, and we're back at the farm after all that had happened. Platty's homecoming and my meeting with her parents went smoothly. They sent me off, saying I could visit them again anytime. Prince Rauana, of course, stayed in the Mermaid Kingdom. He'll start preparing for his succession to the throne. The Demon King. Well, he felt like her during the most part of our visit, despite being there with us. Anyway, he left at the same time as us and returned to the demon capital to sign a formal peace treaty with the Mermaid Kingdom. Hakai, a travel companion of Prince Rauana during his pilgrimage, returned to his usual farm work with his other orc friends. Ardheg, the dragon, will continue his journey and travel around the world. He said he'd continue to watch over heroes or kings, trial or no trial. I have no idea what it meant, though. Songographon, the angel, went with him. And for some reason, "I'm a free spirit" were her parting words. They said they'd come back to the farm or the Mermaid Kingdom when they feel like it, so I guess we can leave them alone for now. As for the girl who's now in an official relationship with Prince Rauana section, let's get this class started. Please be responsible in your lessons, Puffer. She still lives on our farm. We thought she would get engaged to Prince Rauana and move into the royal family for good, but due to her criminal record as a witch, it was postponed. Puffer needs to build a good record and get rid of her past image to solve this problem. Being a teacher is part of that. Currently, many young mermaids are studying at Mermaid Witch Academia Farm branch. If she could raise them to become excellent potion compounders, she would be recognized for her contributions, making her marriage with the prince smoother. Listen up, hurry and become full-fledged adults and contribute to society already. Help me realize my married life. Things will ironically backfire if you voice out your ulterior motives like that. That's not all. We also have human and demon students staying at the farm. In that sense, it is the perfect environment for Puffer to gain a good rep, so I hope she can make the most out of this. Or so I thought. But hey, Saint, something concerns me regarding my students. Ah, I know what you mean. I'm the same too. Anyone would be concerned by this sudden change. There's a couple festival going on. Walkina, I didn't understand something in class today. Want to go over it together? Do you want to take the dungeon training tomorrow with me, Stuck? I'm too scared to go alone. Here are some chocolates I made. Please have some if you'd like. You're not engaged to anyone, right? Yes. Are you a big boob or small boob enjoyer? This is a popular fortune-telling practice among the demons. If the skull cracks, you're the best match for each other. Don't get the wrong idea. There's no way I'd like you. A pinkish whirlwind is devastating the teens. It's the color of love. How did it come to this? Of course, this would happen if you bunch adolescents of both genders. So, this is youth? Yes, this is youth. Wow, the youth is amazing. When young boys and girls are together, it's impossible for love not to blossom between them. This seems to be a common principle in any world. The original trigger for this must have been the development between Rythasius and Derangier. Since then, interracial couples have formed one after another among the students. Though I guess this is also a good thing in helping me achieve my goal, says Puffer, analyzing the situation. What do you mean? Isn't the purpose of this study program to deepen camaraderie between the three races? If they somehow marry each other in the future, it will bring the nations closer together, whether others like it or not. She has a point. This isn't the kind of friendship I had in mind, but I guess it's one way to deepen bonds. The fact that it's somewhat carnal is a concern, but if they get married and have children in the future, the next generation will have half-breeds, possibly pushing things further toward an era of peace. Seeing them like that pisses me off now. I want to get married soon too. She resentfully says. Well, she's more or less engaged now, and her fiancé makes time from his duties to visit frequently. A love storm is sweeping over the farm. Boy, I hate these normies. However, it is the most natural thing in the world for living beings to find a mate, have offspring, and raise them. That's why I've basically been carefully supervising these love affairs, but a specific event made me feel involved. I'll be talking about that next section. It all started when Okubo came to ask for advice. Dulcish has something to say to me? Yes, my lord. However, it's not his own problem. He's only the middleman. It's from Dulcish, a feudal lord of the former human kingdom. He is a young and capable lord who cares for his people. We met when the orcs built Okubo's castle within his territory. Now, it has become a tourist attraction. It seems that Okubo and the others occasionally visit to maintain it and say hello to Dulcish. I can sense Lord Dulcish has been having some trouble lately. When I asked him about it in detail, he said it was a problem we couldn't handle, but I thought my lord might have a better idea. I see. I also owe him a debt of gratitude for his consent to keep the castle. To repay his generosity, I'd like to help him in any way I can. Then I suppose we invite him to the farm. It'd be disrespectful to learn of things through hearsay. Anyway, as you wish, my lord. And so, we invited Dulcish to our farm. Section. He brought someone with him, his wife, Varlina. The beginning of their relationship is somewhat complicated, and the end of the human-demon war was the trigger. The human kingdom lost and got occupied, and the demon king's army dispatched observers to every feudal lord. Varlina was assigned to supervise Dulcish. The two of them had a dicey relationship as former enemies, but after a series of events, they came to love each other and got married. Their interracial marriage was probably the first of its kind. In a way, they are the harbinger of the love storm that has been sweeping over our farm. It'd be nice if there were more couples like them in the future. So, I wonder what kind of advice they need. First of all, congratulations on the birth of your heir, Lord Saint, says Dulcish. Did he hear about Junior from Okubo? Thank you, but you're here to talk about something else, so let's keep our formalities shorthand. No, actually, what we are here to discuss is related to that. Something to do with Junior? Varlina and I have been together for a considerable time now. We seem to be doing well as a couple, spending our days healthily. He cherishes me very much, and with each passing day, I feel more and more glad that we got married. Oh, are we going on about our love affairs now? But there is one problem in our marriage, and it is quite an important one. We still don't have a baby. Huh? Oh, Dulcish and Varlina got married last winter. It wouldn't be surprising if they're expecting a baby around this time. My husband is a feudal lord. He needs an heir to take care of his territory. And it is my important mission as his wife to give birth to an heir. However, for more than half a year since our wedding, we have been working hard on that. To no avail. They're starting to get impatient. I see now. In a feudal society, the continuation of the bloodline is an important matter. Apparently, divorces even happen because the couple cannot conceive children. Given such circumstances, their worries are understandable. People may look at it lightly and say that it has only been a few months, but there is no guarantee that there won't be people who will find fault in their unusual marriage. If there is anything I can do to prevent the two lovers from separating over a trivial matter, I should do it without hesitation. But, what can I do to help them have a child? Chapter 301, Otherworldly Fertility Plan. I'm tasked to help an interracial couple, the human Dulcish and the demoness Varlina, who are struggling to have a child. I have no concrete idea as to how I can help them, though. Actually, something's been weighing on my mind. The couple proceeds to express their concerns. As you already know, Varlina and I are of different races. I'm a human and she's a demoness. History has no record of a marriage between these two races. As such, there has been no child born between them, which brings us to our concern. Maybe two different races aren't meant to have one in the first place. The couple, especially Varlina, is in tears, weighed down by the anxiety. There is no way for us to find out what is really the case, but we're hoping that the all-powerful Lord Saint knows something. I see. Meow. I'm not some all-powerful being, as they say, though. Still, I want to do the best I can for this couple who turned to me. Of course, I can't answer their questions because I also lack the knowledge. But I do know someone who might be able to. Section. Thus, thou hast summoned me for this purpose. I called Sensei the lifeless king, and then I had him summon a deity, the mother sea goddess, Amphitrite. Why me, pray tell? Art not the humans and demons the ones in turmoil? As a protector of the merfolk, it concerns me not even in the slightest. Yes, it is as you say. However, you've guided my wife, Platy, who was also struggling with fertility issues in the past, until she successfully gave birth to Junior. So, we thought you'd have a better understanding than us, at least. Though I am glad as a deity that thou hast turned to me for aid, it is not within mine own power to offer much assistance in regard to the troubles of humans and demons. However, I shall do what I can with the knowledge I possess. Oh, that's a relief. From the conclusion speaketh, the begetting of children betwixt different races is an impossibility. That was too straightforward. Varlina's eyes have gone hollow out of despair. Verily, 'tis impossible for different kindreds to beget offspring, for they are creatures wholly different, created by distinct gods. Their souls doth vary, and thus even if two parents of such distinct origins shall mate, their bloodlines shall never mix. Please wait. What could be the solution then? Someone else came to intrude. Oh, it's the students. You mean that not only the humans and demons but also we mermaids can't have children with other races? Indeed, my child. Goddess Amphitrite's affirmation shook the teens' world. Currently, there's a love storm sweeping over them. Many girls must be on cloud 9, dreaming of marrying their lovers in the future. Too bad Amphitrite's declaration crushed that. Is there anything your radiance or we can do something about it? If we can't have children, we'll never be allowed to marry. I'll offer a sacrifice, so please. With the girls clinging to the goddess, this is no longer just a matter between Dolkish and Varlina. Interracial marriage should be greatly encouraged in this age when the three races are harmonizing, but it will not work out with the way things are. I want to do something about this, too. 'Tis true, indeed. The goddess starts pondering the issue. The root of the issue lies therein. It was similar to what happened to the saint and Platy the other day. Thanks to the blessing I bestowed upon Platy, was resolved. So, should we just seek your blessings, Amphitrite? The task at hand seems too vast for our numbers. If I dole out too many blessings, their value shall diminish. And above all, 'tis worth noting that mine own blessings as the sea goddess only apply to the merfolk. In other words, it won't solve the problem of these human-demon couples. Dolkish and Varlina, who are the first to come for advice, are feeling more and more hopeless. This seems to require a fundamental solution. Do you have a plan in mind, your radiance? Looks like Amphitrite is struck with an ingenious idea. As thou sayest, the world hath changed and the strife doth abate. Therefore, let us gods also change the hues of the world to match. However, that is not possible for me alone. What does that mean? Because it will affect the entire world. As a goddess who holds sway only over the floats, I cannot hope to tend to such matters. We must come to terms with the other deities who hold dominion over the heavens and the earth. Saint. Why yes, the goddess' tone changes and says, if true thee wanteth to contribute to the world, thee wilt also doth thy part and prepare a place for the mother goddesses of the float, earth and heaven to gather. And so, I prepared a venue as Amphitrite ordered. Are we supposed to summon the three mother goddesses here? It seems that way, Lord Saint. Goddess Amphitrite returned to the divine realm later that day, so we're summoning her again today. Of course, we're asking for Sensei's help again. We even changed our location this time. Right now, we're in the former human kingdom far from the farm, in Dolkish's territory. The travel was a cinch, though, because we teleported via the waypoint set up at Orcubo's castle. But why here? We could have just summoned them at the farm as usual, right? Amphitrite was very insistent that this summoning be done somewhere other than the farm. Yeah, she said she wouldn't approve of the summoning if we don't comply. I wonder what's the reason behind it? Isn't it because I'm summoning not only the earth and sea goddesses but also the heaven goddess? For that, Sensei was also asked to come with us. The surrounding people are looking at the scene with anticipation. Why are there so many spectators? Forgive me, Lord Saint, says Dolkish, who arranged the place. It's an honor to have my territory chosen as the venue for summoning the three mother goddesses. The only thing is, as we ran about preparing for it, information got leaked here and there. It's not like we can afford not to notify the occupation government, either. So, people came here to see for themselves if it was true or not. They're looking from a distance, but I could tell from their expressions that they were glad to come here upon seeing Sensei. Good afternoon, everyone. Tomakmore has returned to the human kingdom after thousands of years. Sensei's just amiably waving his hands at them. Is he perhaps in high spirits after remembering his real name after so long? Well then, let's start the ritual without further ado. First, I'll be summoning the Mother Sea Goddess Amphitrite and Mother Earth Goddess Timotisiphone. Huh? Just two of them? Weren't we supposed to summon the Mother Goddesses of Heaven, Earth, and Sea? Amphitrite has strictly specified the order in which they'd like to be summoned. She said I must start with the two of them first, and the Mother Heaven Goddess following them next. Okay. Now, in response to Sensei's incantation, time and space begin to distort, and appear two gorgeous goddesses. Hello, Timotisiphone. It doth bring me joy to see thee again. Oh, hast thou changed thy manicure? Ah, thee can tell? Mine own husband doth not notice at all. Surely, it is only betwixt us maidens that such things are important. They're as light-hearted as ever. I'm not surprised since I've seen the two of them before. But as for our spectators, they're in an uproar. Some of them have bubbles foaming on their mouth, while others are on their knees in tears, praying. Timotisiphone says, I hath heard the gist of things. 'Tis a lovely notion, that all of humanity may conceive children without regard to their race, and that the three mother goddesses of heaven, earth, and float have agreed to amend their decree. I shall happily lend my aid to the cause. Ah, I knew thee would say that, Dimity, says Amphitrite, hugging her. However, the problem lies with her. Indeed, thou speakest true. The immortal king hath yet to summon her as requested. Impressive, impressive. The two mother goddesses both have cautious looks on their faces. If that lady doth throw a fit, all shall be lost. We must proceed with caution. Indeed, we must. Let us discuss this matter thoroughly, including our little saint. Who is this person they're being cautious about, you ask? It's Hera, the Mother Heaven Goddess and wife of Zeus, God of the Heavens. Chapter 302, The Celestial Queen. Once again, Sensei's summoning magic distorts space and splits the skies. The air, already tense from the Mother Earth Goddess and Mother Sea Goddess auras, jars even more. Then, there appears another goddess, sacred, beguiling, and no less beautiful than the two before her. The only difference is she's a little more flamboyant than Timotisiphone and Amphitrite, like a mirror reflecting glaring sunlight. Such a goddess is the Mother Heaven Goddess, Hera. She is one of the deities residing in the celestial realm and is the wife of Zeus. Hera, the Mother Heaven Goddess. Timotisiphone, the Mother Earth Goddess. Amphitrite, the Mother Sea Goddess. The mother goddesses of the three realms have gathered in one place. The first to speak is Hera, saying, "Let all women perish equally, except for me." Her first words are as harsh as a blazing fastball. Then mine own beloved Zeus will continue to look upon only me. Yes, this is her. Her despicable behavior is as refreshing as ever. Amphitrite and Timotisiphone nod in agreement. Wait, should they even be nodding here? She boldly said something off-putting. Saint, this hero is known for her jealousy, yet her husband, Zeus, is an incredibly unfaithful man, making for the worst combination. Hundreds of mortal women have fallen victim to the unreasonable combination of Zeus's infidelity and Hera's jealousy. That's just the worst. But to achieve their goal, her cooperation is essential. Otherwise, they wouldn't have included such a bothersome individual. We have to somehow persuade her to make the world a place where any couple can get married and have children. Section. No, the goddesses almost lost their temper several times, explaining the purpose of this meeting to Hera and asking for her cooperation, but she refused in one word. What? Wherefore? Verily, the realm of Mortorkand is rid of all barriers. Be they of human, demon, or merfolk lineage, they are all comrades sharing the same world, albeit with different gods. Indeed, why not beget offspring without regard for race, for those who aren't in love with one another? To do so, We three goddesses entrusted with motherhood by the primordial goddess Gaia must agree to alter the setting of the world. Thine consent is also essential, is it not? The goddesses give one more push to persuade Hera, but to no avail. I cannot approve of that notion. But wherefore? More children mean more mortals in this world. Is that not a valorous thing? Not at all. What's wrong with that? The more mortals there are, the more quite quaint women there shall best, and Zeus shall commit more affairs. Do thee think we care about that? She doesn't see anything but her husband. How can someone like her be a mother goddess? Well, just think of me as a machine that automatically kills mine own husband's mistresses. That way, thee shall not despise me. They will. This goddess is nothing but problems. Hark thee, Hera, think again, resolutely says Amphitrite. Mayhap this would be to thine own advantage. If we lift the ban on interspecies love, it might raise the marriage rates among mortals, which in turn may decrease the number of women falling prey to thy wretched husband's charms. How? When thou art wed, thou canst not love another man. That is common sense, is it not? Ha, thou art a fool beyond measure. Allow me to impart upon thee an important lesson, confidently assures Hera. Zeus has nay regard for unmarried or married women. Ah, thy husband very much is the worst. Not only Amphitrite and Dimatosophone, but also me, Dorkish, and the spectators all sigh in disbelief. Truly a draining situation this is. Sensei had already thrown in the towel early and started interacting with the crowd, giving blessings and names to newborns. I am ever glad that vile god has been imprisoned. 'Tis true, Hephaestus hath trapped him in his labyrinth, hath he not? But fear not, for his works are trustworthy. Tell him not to release Zeus for 50,000 years hence. What madness! Doth thou not pity poor Zeus, trapped and alone? Wilt thou not aid mine own cause to set him free? No way. That's what everyone who's heard the story so far thinks. Thou dost misunderstand. I love Zeus with all mine own heart. Even his roving eye I love dearly. But I cannot bear to be cheated on, so I would slay all the women in the world. What sayest thou to that? No one would let you do that. I've never heard the word love sound so hollow in my life. I cannot doth this anymore. Just conversing with this woman makes my own brain when mush. I did get what she meant, but convincing this psychotic woman is impossible. I guess we has to use our last resort. Saint, we beseech thee. She is all thine, prithee. The two goddesses turned to me. I kind of saw this coming if they couldn't convince her. But how am I supposed to convince a goddess with a loose screw? Excuse me. Anyway, I spoke to the goddess Hera. Oh, what dost thou require of me? If possible, couldst thee not talketh to me, mortal man? You don't just hate women, but men, too? Yes, for mine own husband's motto is ugly men and women doth not deserve to exist. That wretched god. Never mind, we'll be going on a tangent. I'll just focus on persuading her. You must be tired of talking. Would you like to take a break? A break? Yes. I have prepared a delicious treat for you, your audience. Why don't you eat it and relax? I bring a dessert I made back at the farm. It's chocolate cake. This new cake was created with King Kaka's help, a cacao spirit I recently met. I managed to bypass Vale and Platy's radars and brought it with me. What manner of food is this? It is black. Is it even edible? Despite being wary of the cake's appearance, she silently takes a piece, perhaps out of being innately well-mannered, and elegantly eats it. Oh, this is good. It satisfied her palate. What is this? It is delicious. Truly exquisite. Such a moist pastry fused with the creamy mixture of sweet and bitter flavors. Ah, there it goes. I didst not want celestial deities to knoweth about the existence of this food, so this was our last resort. The other two goddesses looked bitter, but they, too, loosened up after eating the chocolate cake. This dessert has putteth me in a fine humor. It seems that I could grant any wish at this moment. Then please make it possible for Mortorkin to marry and have children with other races. Very well. That fast? And so, we got the three goddesses' approval to revise the world's order. All races can now love other races and have offspring. The world is one step closer to absolute harmony. Ah, how splendid. Forsooth, I doth feel as though I have been through great trouble for such a small matter. Amphitrite and Immerse sigh in total exhaustion. Prithee, whence was this cake made? I would bestow a blessing upon the land whence it was created, so that none but the celestial gods may tread upon it, all for the sake of Zeus. Nua, thou hast finished thy business, so do leave promptly. Oh? But whatever is the matter? Pray, let us converse more since we have the opportunity. Oh, Hera was forced to leave the mortal realm by the two goddesses. We cannot allow a celestial deity to discover the farm's existence. Indeed, we must ask Hermes to deceive her with all his might. Although we achieved our goal, we were left with indescribable fatigue and emptiness. Chapter 303, A Spectator's Astonishment. My name is Sasquatch of the human race. Born and raised in a wealthy family. One day, I heard a strange rumor that gods were descending on our nation. At first, I was skeptical. I thought the demons were spreading the word about God descending to put an end to this corrupt world, but it seems that was not the case. What is it, then? Apparently, a certain feudal lord asked the occupying government for permission, and then the story spread from there. I was indignant, wondering what kind of lord would talk about such nonsense, but as I delved into the story deeper with great interest, I discovered something unexpected. It's Lord Tulkish of the Wallachia frontier, one of the most capable feudal lords of the human kingdom despite his young age. He'd never say anything ridiculous. If he said so, then it seems gods will really descend. Thus, a simple rumor turned into a hot topic in the nation. I'm starting to get the feeling that this is far from fake news. As I sought out further information, I found that the date of the gods' descent was fast approaching. I must go to the venue to see things for myself. I'd be damned if I missed the opportunity to see a divine being in person. Fortunately, I'm now living a retired life since my son took over the family business. I decided to take my grandson, who has become quite the curious fellow, to sightsee. I mean, to do some worshipping. You want to come too, my son? You can't. What about the store, huh? Business can never give me a chance to see a god in person. Well, I see your point. Still, huh? You too, wife. All the stores in the neighborhood will be closed that day, you say? You leave me no choice. Let's all go together, then. Do we want to see a god? Yeah. Section. Here we are at the venue. There's surprisingly a large crowd of people. Did they all come here with the same goal in mind? I guess an existence such as a god is that big of a deal. After all, a queer group of people takes up positions far from us. Now is the time for the gods to come down and destroy the evil demons. Say some as they beat the taiko drum. If there's a rumor of a god descending, I suppose it'll also attract cultists like them. Are they the remaining members of the order? I wonder if they think gods will unconditionally become their allies. Oh well. The important thing isn't them but the god about to descend. Several people on the grounds surround Lord Tulkish, discussing something. We, the spectators, are prevented from getting too close by the territorial soldiers. I knew the rumors were true the moment I arrived. A god will be descending here today. How can I be so sure? I'll tell you why. One of the people on the grounds having a friendly discussion with the feudal lord is a lifeless king. Of course, I didn't recognize him at first. As an ordinary, middle-class member of human society, there was no way I'd have seen him before. But then, one of the spectators puzzlingly said, "Hey, isn't that a lifeless king?" And that was enough to convince me. Especially since the person who raised his voice is famous, Matar Hassan, an A-class adventurer. So, he's a lifeless king? One of the world's two greatest calamities. A forbidden great mage who gave up his humanity in exchange for immortality. An undead king? They say at least 5 villages will perish in the area where he was witnessed. Oh, how long have I lived to be able to see such a monster with my very eyes? Today might even be my last. At that moment, the lifeless king took notice of us. My eyes met his. Some got really scared and even tried to run away, but surprisingly, he just waved his hand at us. Good afternoon, everyone. Tomakmore has returned to the human kingdom after thousands of years. He's casually introducing himself. He's surprisingly kind and seems very approachable. Wait, did he just say he's Tomakmore? If that's the case, then he's the legendary anti-order founder. Our introductions took longer than expected, but the point is, there's no doubt a god will appear if the lifeless king is present. Everyone's utterly convinced now. Some of them are already satisfied with just seeing him, thinking it was worth coming here. Back at the grounds, a young, unremarkably ordinary-looking man says, "Please, sensei." Understood. The lifeless king responded to the man's request. That young man is incredible. Looks sure can be deceiving. Naya. In response to the lifeless king's incantation, time and space begin to distort, and appear two gorgeous goddesses. "Hello, Demetersiphone. It doth bring me joy to see thee again." "Oh, hast thou changed thy manicure?" Deities really did descend. But wait. The two deities that appeared were earth and sea goddesses, not the celestial god we humans worship. The order members banging the taiko up until a moment ago looked disappointed. But all hope is not lost yet. "I will summon Hera, the Mother Heaven goddess, next," says the lifeless king, and the enthusiasm that was on the verge of dissipating suddenly showed signs of recovery. After the second summoning ritual, Hera, a guardian deity of our race, appeared. She is the wife of Zeus, in short, the number 2. When the deity most familiar to us appeared, our excitement as spectators, "Let all women perish equally, except for me," plummeted down. Section. The meeting between goddess Hera and the other two goddesses went awfully. Our goddess has no compassion for the mortals, not even an ounce of it. Her heartlessness was unbearably conspicuous in contrast to the earth and sea goddesses' compassionate spirits. The order that had been advocating the celestial deity's supremacy became despondent and said, "I think I'm going to abandon my faith." "Me too." The divine meeting was unbearable to witness, let alone listen to, but the lifeless king, who seemed to have done his part, came over to us. "Sensei, is your miasma okay when you approach normal people? I'm not the same person I was yesterday, Lord Saint. I've been working on regulating my miasma since then, and now, I've developed a new spell that can suppress it, albeit temporarily." "Oh, amazing." The spell's called Fabreeze. As much as we are disappointed with our goddess, this kind lifeless king's popularity shot up. Everyone lined up to shake his hand. I also got to shake hands with him. "I am deeply moved." Some of the young mothers even brought their newborns, and I was thinking of having our goddess of worship bless my child. It's a baby girl, right? Best not to show it to Hera, lest she curses your child with the words, "May she grow up ugly enough so that Zeus never looks at her." We all nod in agreement. Section. Thus, my once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to worship a god ended in a very disappointing way, but thanks to the lifeless king, I managed to recover. I was particularly disappointed when Hera said she wanted to eat more cake. Ultimately, she was forced to exit the scene by the other goddesses. Once I'm back home, I'll clean up the altar and replace it with an earth deity. I'll also tell my son to stock up on earth and sea deity altars. I'm sure they'll sell. I couldn't figure out why the goddesses were summoned, but I learned that it was to ask them to allow the 3 races to marry each other and have children. This was confirmed when Lord Dalkish's demon wife became pregnant. In any case, things are auspicious. Chapter 304, Kakapi War. It's me again. I think we've been doing a lot of activities outside the farm lately, so let's do something within the farm for a change. New friends have appeared in the dungeon orchard in Vale's Mountain Dungeon. The tree spirits possess the fruit trees we grow and obtain consciousness of their own. They also look after the tree's growth and inform us of any abnormalities, so I let them stay. The currently known tree spirits are King Kaka, the cacao spirit, and Takenakon, the bamboo shoot spirit. However, their number is gradually increasing. Today, I met a new one. I'm Persimmon, a persimmon tree spirit. A persimmon, huh? They taste pretty sweet when eaten as is, but they can also be dried or made into jam. Telling the difference between sweet and astringent persimmons is tough, so having a tree spirit take care of them is a great help. Here, please take this as a sign of our friendship. It says, giving me a handful of something. What are these? Kaki no Tain. Why, I'm a persimmon tree spirit, so I thought it'd be natural to give Kaki no Tain. Well, I guess I would have been satisfied if these were actual persimmon seeds. Sure, They may look like seeds, but there's something different about them. These are the other kaki no tane, and this other variety is actually rice crisps that go perfectly with beer. It's made of kneaded glutinous rice, cut into small pieces, coated with soy sauce, and baked. They look just like persimmon seeds, hence their name. They're often produced with peanuts mixed in them. The persimmon tree is shooting kaki no tane. Why? Isn't that weird? Weird how? I'm a persimmon tree spirit. What's wrong with me producing kaki no tanes? Like I said, forget it. This isn't the first time a tree spirit has been weird. There will probably be many more baffling things like this in the future, so I can't afford to react to them every single time. I guess I just have to accept this. Fortunately, kaki no tane, the snack, is delicious, so I brought them home with me. Thinking about it now, our snacks lean more on the sweet side, such as cakes, ice cream, and chocolate. Having a salty snack this time around would be great. I take a piece and eat it. It's delicious. A single piece is packed with the soy sauce's tingling briny taste. Does its spiciness come from the chili peppers mixed in? If so, it's even more delicious. Eating it like this makes me want a cup of tea. Wait, no, it is to be beer. Oh, crap. I was just going to taste it. But now I want a beer too. It's only the middle of the day. So if I start smelling like booze, Platty won't let me carry Junior at all. What's up? You eating something? As I writhe, someone else lured by the presence of food appears. It's Lettuce Riot. I'm surprised it's not Platty or Vale. Someone gave it to me. Wanna try? Thankies. Oh, this tastes nice. Lettuce Riot, a princess from the former human kingdom, lives with us on our farm. She used to act like pampered royalty during her first few days, but now she's matured into a hardworking and open person. This taste is definitely soy sauce. The crunchiness is pretty addicting too. Oh, you know your stuff. I think I know how to make it taste even better. Then, without permission, she adds something to the kaki no tane and mixes them together. They're white and are as small as the rice crisps. Peanuts? Does this lady carry peanuts, boiled in salt, with her everywhere she goes? Oh, I knew it. The rice crisps and peanuts' unique textures take turns in your mouth. Way to go, me. I'm such a genius for coming up with such a combo. Let's call this combination of kaki no tane and peanuts Kakapi. She may as well be a genius. She managed to come up with the idea of Kakapi all by herself. But what are you doing, huh? Anger welled in my heart. Mixing peanuts in kaki no tane is as foolish as pouring honey on a sophisticated dish. Kaki no tane is delicious when you eat it as it is. Mixing peanuts in it is blasphemy, huh? What are you talking about? This is the harmony of a multitude of flavors. If you eat only kaki no tane, your tongue will go numb from the spiciness. Then just drink water. Even tea or alcohol is fine. That way, you can reset the spicy taste. Adding peanuts doesn't have to be a necessity, but if you drink water, the kaki no tane inside your body will absorb the water and swell up. You'll get full. The peanuts are to keep you from feeling full right away. It counterbalances things if you consider the stomach resource wasted into peanuts. Peanuts make your mouth dry, so you still have to drink water in the end. That's too much water. Hell has broken loose. Yes. This is the untiring battle that is often waged throughout history, the war of whether to add peanuts in kaki no tane. Some say peanuts are unnecessary, while others say the combination of kaki no tane and peanuts is indispensable. Both sides' arguments will never overlap, so the fight only continues. Lettuce Riot and I have plunged into a 100-year war. What kind of dumb fight are you having? After an hour of clashing with each other, two outsiders noticed and gave us flabbergasted stares. It's Hawker's Fun and Platty with Junior in her arms. Platty is the first to rush to the scene whenever there's new food, while Hawker's Fun, who is often seen with Lettuce Riot, probably came here looking for her. Usually, Vale should also be here any minute now, but she ate up the new snack and left while you two were busy having your stupid fight. Oh, you're right. It's empty. The snack Persimmon gave me and the peanuts have disappeared. I'll need to ask Persimmon for another batch or make them myself. What's the point of arguing about what to put or not to put in something to make it taste good? Platty has a point. Normally I'd accept her harmless opinion, but I won't give in when it comes to Kaki no Tain. I won't back down either. If you invalidate Peanuts, you also invalidate my entire existence. When did you become such a peanut fanatic? Asks Platy, dumbfounded. Allow me to explain, says Hawker's Fon, Lettuce Riet's close friend. While raising her hand, she's very much obsessed with anything legumes, and peanuts are also part of her expertise. Is that also why she has boiled peanuts with her anywhere at any time? As a lady who has devoted her life to producing beans, she might as well take this opportunity to change her name to Legume Riet. So, her name did come from the vegetable lettuce. After all, I'm also greatly indebted to her for helping me grow the ideal soybeans for making natto. I see. She finds it unpardonable for someone passionate about legumes when someone rejects peanuts. I can respect and sympathize with her mindset of worshipping them. But I can't give up the idea of mixing them in Kaki no Tain. I'll definitely want to mix peanuts in Kaki no Tain. This battle will not cease until one of us is defeated and dead. This is really stupid, and I need them to tone it down. Please leave it to me. What's the matter? Hawker's Fon? What are you planning to do? Since ancient times, the best way to bring two parties together is to bring in a third. Don't tell me you're entering this Kakapi war as a third force. Hawker's Fon? I'm declaring my participation as a party that mixes natto in Kaki no Tain. She's at it again. Stop trying to mix natto with everything. Hawker's Fon's outrageous advance immediately forced Lettuce Riet and me to surrender. A unanimous truce was established. What's scary about natto is that it has the potential to be delicious in anything. And I feel like Kakapi natto might just be acceptable. Chapter 305, Baby Gift Rush. It's been 3 months since Junior was born. During this time, everyone kept expressing their congratulations. Surely there is nothing more auspicious than the birth of a new life. Our mood was festive for days on end. Not only the residents living on our farm but also our guests. One day, the Demon King came to visit and, I'm sorry, as soon as he arrived, he got down on his knees. Huh? What's going on? I'm lost because I have no idea why he would apologize. I apologize for the delay in sending our baby gift in time. I am so ashamed of myself. Oh, that's what he meant. Giving baby gifts to someone with a newborn is indeed common practice. We also sent a lot of gifts to the Demon King when Keisha and Marine were born. The fact that Platy has given birth to Junior makes the perfect opportunity to do the same. But I don't know what kind of gift to give your precious son. And to be honest, no matter what we decide to give, it will always be inferior to what's here, so we dismissed every potential gift. Oh, I see. Sorry about that. Let's assume they want to give Junior baby clothes, for example. But on our farm, we already have a world-class seamstress named Betami. The materials she uses are first-class fabrics weaved here and nowhere else. Though she doesn't always use legendary-grade fabric like adamantine silk in her creations, even her works made of common materials such as standard silk and cotton are said to fetch a high price in the market. Can they arrange something better than the baby clothes created by such materials and tailor? They can't, it seems. This also holds true for other articles, so they rejected them as gifts. I didn't realize I troubled the Demon King by not knowing what to give us. Please don't worry about it. We are happy with anything because it's the thought that counts. Plus, we're pals. No, I cannot let myself take advantage of your magnanimity all the time. I thought I'd at least express my feelings, so I prepared something. Oh, so, you do have a gift. I understand. I'll do my best to appreciate it, no matter what it is. I'll sing a song. To express my joy of Junior's birth, I will sing a song of celebration that has been passed down from generation to generation in our race. That is my gift to you. So, he really is just going to express his feelings. While the Demon King cleared and adjusted his throat, Okubo and Gobukachi came with musical instruments. Are you guys going to play too? A goblin and orc band with Demon King Zedn as the vocalist, titled, Oh Baby, Bonjour. Oh Baby, Bonjour. Wow, what a beautiful voice. I could feel his distinctive baritone voice vibrate in me. He sings like a professional. My son, who is listening quietly at the front in his mother's arms, has a gloomy expression on his face. It just so happens to be his nap time. His face has "Can you please be quiet?" written all over it. I guess an infant still hasn't learned the ability to be considerate of others. The Demon King sings the chorus multiple times before wrapping it up. It was so good that it deserved a standing ovation. What do you think? Did that please him? Maybe it's still tricky for a few-month-old baby to appreciate that. Oh, he's happy. Thank goodness. My feelings reached him. Huh? When I looked at Junior, I saw an indescribable bitter smile as he wanted to take a nap right away. He has already learned how to be considerate. He's my son, all right, but at the same time, I can't help but feel sorry for him. Thus, most of the baby gifts from guests were intangible, at most expressed through the sender's feelings. Even Prince Arowana prayed for Junior's sound health through sumo. Of course, I appreciated them all. What could be better than everyone celebrating Junior's birth and praying for his healthy growth? None. I thought that our lucky Junior's newborn period would pass soon until an extra special gift arrived. I've come to give baby gifts. Huh? Sensei, there's a reason why I'm surprised about Sensei's visit. He has already given a gift before. On the very day of his birth, Sensei cast a protective spell on Junior to ensure his healthy growth. So, to come back with another gift now is unusual. Has his memory started to grow weak after thousands of years of being undead? No. I know I already gave mine, though I personally don't mind giving a gift again. Huh? What do you mean, then? It is they who want to give Junior a gift. Hup. As Sensei waves his wand, the space distorts, and a dimensional hole opens up. It's a familiar sight, so this can only mean one thing. God summoning? Hades, god of the earth, and Poseidon, god of the seas. Aside from them, other deities also arrived to bestow blessings upon the saint's son. "'Tis for me to do." "Nay, 'tis for me to do so." They're fighting as soon as they appear. What's going on? Saint, congratulations on the birth of thy heir. Today, I, Hades, husband of the Mother Earth goddess, hath come in person to offer mine own felicitations. I hast already bid thee that is mine own role. Meddle not uninvited, and make not a scene with thine intrusion. Why are they being so threatening? I don't want my child to be exposed to such unfriendly human relationships. Perhaps god relationships? It has a negative impact on his education. Oh, Saint. With the birth of a new life under thy care, it behooves us to offer blessings from the divine. So, I hath sent the immortal king and oracle to summon us. I apologize for bothering you with such matters. I didn't expect to be congratulated by deities face to face. The scale is too overwhelming, but since they're already here, I have to give them a warm welcome. I told thee, I am the one who shall blesseth the saint's son. Begone, ye earthly gods. However, Poseidon is stubbornly grumbling beside Hades. Why the hostile attitude? Can't we all celebrate in harmony? Saint, the rules set by the gods have a great deal to do with this, says Sensei. A number of rules that must be followed when dealing with mortals. One of them is deities must not give a mortal one too many blessings. I've heard that one before. They blessed so many people before that it almost upset the world's balance, so they limited it to one blessing per person. Because of that rule, your son can only receive one gift. The gods have been feuding with each other over that privilege. I understand the situation now, but to be honest, I want them to stop. It's no laughing matter if a divine war breaks out because of my child. Let's be fair and judge which blessing is most appropriate for Junior. Let the divine gifting competition begin. Chapter 306, Gift Fair. A godly gift contest for my son has begun with me as the host and judge. Let's hear what our participants have to say. I will crush thee all. Prostrate thyselves before me. Are the violent comments from Hades, god of the underworld, and Poseidon, god of the sea. Hades, does it not strike thee as odd? What does? Forsooth, the saint's wife is a mermaid, and hence, his offspring is partly of mermaid descent. Half the blood coursing through his veins is that of merfolk. Aye, and what of it? The merfolk's guardian deity is me, Poseidon. Hence, I holdeth the right to bless their child. An outsider like thee shouldst withdraw. The contest hasn't even started, but they're already quarreling. Ha ha ha, thou art a fool, god of the floats. Come again? Regardless of the child's race, he is born on earth, on mine own realm. He who dwells and abides on soil shall be deemed as mine own offspring. Hence, I holdeth equal rights to bless him. NGH. Can we put your skirmish aside and start with the preliminaries? I took today off from farm work just so we can do this. Very well. I, Hades, presenteth mine own gift. Yes, your mightiness, perpetual youth and longevity. Wait a minute. That's too much. I'm actually a little taken aback. No? No. Please don't give my newborn something a supreme ruler would pursue after he has obtained everything in the world. Being overly blessed has its cons, too. And that's not even the main problem here. Please exercise moderation in gift giving. Ha ha ha. It seems thee still lack judgment, Hades. Elatedly says Poseidon as he laughs at his opponent. Thou dost not grasp the sense of mortal children. What is common to gods may yet confound mortals. Behold my choice, tailored to their earthly senses, as the very best. Let us hear it. Your mightiness. Poseidon's gift is sovereignty of the seven seas. Disqualified. Please don't give me looks as if you don't know what you said wrong. Who would give such a gift to an infant? Besides, the sea isn't something to be controlled. It is free and unbound. Huh? That is also a no-go? The saint sure is strict in his judging. A normal person would be enticed by either gift. Whoever this normal person is, they're the ones who are the most dangerous. Please don't give such gifts casually for the sake of world peace. Now, the two main deities are disqualified, but it doesn't end here just yet. Many other gods have descended today. PFT, our spouses art hopeless. Men art inflexible. So it is up to us ladies to choose gifts. The next two deities to appear are the Mother Earth goddess Timotosiphone and the Mother Sea goddess Amphitrite, the same goddesses we met recently. Yup, Sensei summoned a lot of deities. I think there are 10 to 20 of them. All of them are trying to give Junior a gift. Moreover, they're all competing for the right to do so. I shall emerge the victor in this battle. I shall bless the son of the saint with mine own hand, without fail. And then I shall savor his feast of great bounty afterward. I just caught a glimpse of their ulterior motive. So, that's why they're all here. Behold, it is the mother goddess's timeth to shineth, foolish ones. I wonder what kind of gifts the two goddesses have for us. As they said, women have a better gift-giving sense than men, so it's anticipated they'll do better than their husbands. We have pondered much on this matter. Let us gift that which we deem will bring our kindest joy. Forsooth, such actions do require us to put ourselves in the shoes of the other and consider their needs with great care. I understand, but Junior is only 3 months old. I think the only thing he'll want right now is his mother's milk. The baby is a boy. Yes? If so, we know what he wanteth. In time, it shall inevitably become that which is sought. Then, they present their gift to Junior, destined to be adored by all women throughout the world. Please stop. Do you plan to turn Junior into a harem protag? Huh? Thee doth not wanteth that, either? Upon reflection, this is the saint's son. He needeth not such a fate ascribed to him, for he shall undoubtedly be the most desirable even without it. Please don't put it that way. You're making it sound like I'm the hottest parent in the world, but I'm not, okay? I'm not. It seemeth our mothers did not passeth, either. Then 'tis our turn. After the main deities and their wives, their children and relatives step up. Now, they're going to present their gifts at once. I shall grant unto the saint's son the ability to slay 1,000 prey in one hunt. We can neither take home nor eat them all. Rejected. I bestow upon him 7 extra lives. Isn't that the complete opposite of Hayden's proposed gift? Rejected. Let him drinketh from the all-knowing river. It seems to come at a cost. So rejected. He will not be killed by man or beast. It spells death flag all over. Rejected. He will experience a woman's life while still remaining a gentleman. Please don't instill weird fetishes in my son. Rejected. This is getting annoying. Frankly, I will maketh him the world's strongest. Frankly rejected. Rejected. Section. In the end, I rejected all the deities' suggestions. I don't want my child to be a hero. I just want him to grow up peacefully and safely. And yet, The deities were presenting over-the-top gifts. Are they trying to turn Junior into a supreme ruler, an emperor, or a world destroyer? Calm down, dear, says my wife, Platty. Shouldn't you be angry too? This is our child we're talking about. I'm just happy that everyone wishes my child a happy life. Huh? Celebration can't be expressed through gifts alone. The deities are giving it their all to celebrate our little boy, and nothing makes me happier than that. Question mark. Oh, verily. Assuredly, the most important thing is to celebrate. I cannot believe that we forgot that. The concern of who is the foremost is naught but trivial. Each one is unique, and therefore, only one. Uttering self-convenient remarks, the deities got their way out. And Platty, of all people, created their escape route. Scary. They say mothers are strong, so does that mean she grew even stronger after giving birth to Junior? Let us putteth the gift matter on holdeth and first celebrate the birth of their child. Hooray! Congratulations. Viva, viva, baby. The deities surround our child and begin to sing 3 cheers. What is up with this weirdly solemn scene? Oddly enough, it happens to be Junior's nap time again. To have his sleep disturbed by the noise doesn't make him happy one bit. Still, he responds with a bitter smile, perhaps sensing that he's being celebrated. And so, this is where the curtains close. Or not. Section. Junior received blessings from every conceivable direction, but one person remained, Vale. This dragon loves my son so much that I found it strange that she hadn't given him anything, so I tried to ask her in a roundabout way. I don't need to, do I? Was her response. I mean, Junior will always have me protecting him. That's the best present I can give. I stand corrected. Hers is probably the most terrifying. Chapter 307, Incoming Dragon, Domination. A dragon has come to our farm, but their barging in isn't that much of a big deal to us anymore. I mean, it has happened so many times already, starting with Vale. Our senses have gone so numb from it that I can't tell if this is still considered good or not. Nonetheless, the new dragon was a surprise to all the other farm residents and me. That's how much he stood out from the others. First of all, his size is different. I'm used to seeing Vale and Ardheg's dragon forms, but this one is about a size larger, particularly his wings. His wingspan must be about 3 times larger than his body, almost as if cloaking the sky when he flies. What's more, his scales are pure white. Vale and Ardheg's dragon scales were silver and gold, respectively. But this dragon's scales are as white as the perpetual snow that pile up on steep terrains, and above all, a commoner like me could tell that his aura was the kind a conqueror would emit. Even our farm residents, who are supposed to be used to such an imposing aura, are taken aback, desperately trying to look for cover. The exchange students fainted on the spot and foamed at their mouths. No, it can't be. Standing stock still in a daze, I look up at the dragon. As soon as I saw him, I was convinced. I'm sure about it. That's the Giza dragon, the strongest dragon, called the Emperor of Dragons. I've heard his name mentioned several times before. That's why it came to mind. He is the creator of all the dragons in Vale's family and rules them all. Dragons are considered the strongest race by nature, and to still have the strongest dragon among them. Well, I'm at a loss for coherent words. Still, why did he suddenly appear at our farm? Did we do something wrong? Come to think of it, we sometimes do something bad unconsciously. I need to get ready to get down on my knees and apologize. Amidst my soliloquy, the Giza dragon continues circling in the air, but just when I thought he was finally going to come down, he landed on the farm's outskirts, far away from where we were. Why there? I dashed toward where he landed. Once I got there, the strong dragon's solemn figure was enveloped in light and began to shrink, taking a human form. I apologize for disturbing you during your work. A dragon's human form is something I'm used to, but his overall presence is still befitting a ruler, an old man with a thick beard. Though I described him as old, he looks nowhere near senile. Has his head held up high, and radiates the same energy as a man in his prime. His beard, which goes all the way to his navel, is white, as if implying he's an old man. However, it looks so well taken care of that it radiates a silvery shine. His hair and beard are thick, as if he deliberately made himself look old to preserve his dignity and amicability. A man of extraordinary youth and strength. That's the vibe he gives off. I would like you to let your guard down. I did not come here to fight. Oh, okay. The Dragon Emperor is surprisingly friendly. Nonetheless, he is the strongest of the strongest. Suppose he did come to wage war, we'd have no choice but to disarm him because there's nothing else we could do. First, let me apologize for my sudden visit. I knew I should have asked beforehand, but I had no means of making contact, so I had no choice but to come uninvited. Did he just apologize? The strongest dragon is awfully polite. No, no, please do not worry yourself over that. The view of your land from the sky is magnificent. Not only is it huge, but the vivaciousness of the crops can be seen from a distance. They must be tended to with great care. Oh, no, not at all. He even complimented me. I get so pumped up when someone praises my fields. I don't want to trample over your precious fields, so I landed here. I presume that is all right with you? Absolutely. This land is vacant. I wondered why he landed so far from our farm, but it was because he was being thoughtful. This geezer dragon is amazing. He's a lot more gentlemanly than I imagined he'd be. I wish Vale could also learn a thing or two from him. My name is Alexander the Grauglint's dragon. Huh? His name is different from what I had in mind, and I thought I hit the bullseye. I sensed the presence of a dragon from here. If you don't mind, could you usher me in? Section. I had no reason to refuse, so I complied with his request. He must be referring to Vale when he said he sensed a dragon's presence. Oh, if it isn't Alexander. Long time no see. As soon as they met, Vale greeted the visitor dragon light-heartedly. So, they do know each other. And then Vale adds, "Go die. Why are you cursing me out of nowhere?" Verbal abuse of the highest class right after a friendly greeting. I was in the middle of an important duty to watch over Junior as he slept. Anyone who interferes with it shall be put to death. Aren't you becoming too much of a Junior fanatic? Ever since our son was born, Vale has been like this. She endlessly dotes on Junior several times more than the parents, me and Platty. I'm glad she adores our son, but there have been times when I've wondered if her attachment has gone too far. Now, Platty can take of Junior, so it's okay. More importantly, can you introduce me to this dragon? If that's what you say, Master. This is my brother dragon, Alexander. He's your brother? I thought he was the geezer dragon, but boy, oh boy, I was so wrong. It's embarrassing. That's because he's a Grauglint's dragon. He's the first in line to become the next geezer dragon. Huh. So, he's the heir. Moreover, he is the strongest dragon and is already more powerful than our old father. He's probably the strongest dragon on Earth today. Even. Spare me the flattery. I am just a dragon living peacefully after father took away my rights to succession. Huh? Why? Because father and I do not share the same views. Brother is an oddball who is awfully fond of mankind. Father used to insult him for that all the time, explains Vale. This father she mentioned is the geezer dragon, right? But I have no regrets. Father looked down on mankind as a stupid and weak race, but not me. I think they're a solid race most capable of accomplishing great things. Oh, gee. While I do not deny that they are weak and capable of so much as individuals, they can overcome any difficulty by working in groups. Even if they can't, they can build up their experiences in facing problems and pass them on to the next generation. And one day, they will make a breakthrough. That's what mankind is capable of, and we dragons are not. You sure talk a lot when it's about mankind. Huh. Alexander. Vale summed things up in one sentence. Aren't you currently nesting in a dungeon in their sphere of influence? Yes. I want to provide them with some assistance. In my dungeon, I allow adventurers to enter and loot as they please. Well, isn't he a kind, mankind-loving dragon? Further used to make fun of Alexander's fondness for them, but he already got the upper hand in terms of power, so he couldn't trash-talk him. That's why he stripped him of his succession rights. Pretty petty of the Dragon Emperor, if you ask me, I interject. And that's how the struggle for succession spread to the other dragons. But what made you come here, Alexander? Are you going to get involved in the fight? Asks Vale to her eldest brother, who hasn't been out in a while. No, I have no interest in the throne now. but it seems that something has happened that even I can't overlook, replies Alexander gravely. Further has been defeated. Do you know anything about it, Vale? Chapter 308. Who done it? Alexander, the Grauglin's dragon, and the real strongest dragon. His sudden arrival warned us of an incident. Surely, something happened. Your father has been defeated? I couldn't help but join in on the conversation. If it's Alexander's father, then he must be Giza Dragon, the Dragon Emperor, right? He's been defeated? That's big news. I only recently noticed it myself when I sensed father's presence in the air has ceased. That's how you can tell? Father may be old, but he is still the Giza Dragon. His presence pervades the entire world. You just have to hone your senses to detect it. I never really cared much about him, though, so I thought nothing of it for a while. So, he just detected the abnormality. I've been out of touch with the Dragon Society for a long time now, so I haven't received any information. I was flying around to see if any of my siblings knew something, eventually leading me to this place. And then he met Vale. Vale, do you know anything about this? I do, she replies indifferently. Huh? You do? Don't you know it too, Master? Know what? That merman and his cronies defeated father. Merman? Who? I don't know any macho merman that could defeat the Dragon Archon. My brain search gives me 0 results. You're so heartless, Master. It's Platy's brother, who recently returned from his pilgrimage. Prince Rauana? Seriously? I didn't hear anything of the sort, though. Prince Rauana did share a few stories from his journey, but I didn't hear about him defeating the Dragon Emperor. Was it too big of a story for him to share? Knowing him and his modest attitude, I can see that happening. I heard from Ardheg, who asked me for advice when he said they defeated father accidentally. He made it sound so trivial. How does one accidentally defeat their father? Alexander, the Crown Prince Dragon, ponders for a while until he says, so, Ardheg and his companions defeated father? No, wait. He's not thinking of vengeance, is he? That would make Prince Rauana and Puffer his targets too. I must see Ardheg. Do you know where he is? What does he intend to do when he sees him? He's not possibly going to confront him and say, pay for your sins or die, right? He's probably flying around the world right now, carefreely. Finding him would be difficult. I see. I registered him in a magic communication system that can connect anywhere in the world in case of emergencies like this. If I call him now, he'll come flying back in no time, no matter how far away he is. What with dragon wings and all. Hey, Vale, how dare you proceed with the story on your own? Wouldn't it be better to find out Alexander's true intentions first? Please, do call him over. Okie dokie, come out, wherever you are. What's with that chant you called, Sis Vale? Oh, brother Alexander is here too, and he actually showed up right away. How did he get here without a time lag? Geez, you really can't use your common sense when it comes to dragons. Section. And so, there are 3 dragons on our farm. Vale, a Grinsel dragon, Imperial Princess, who lives with us. Ardheg, a Glint's dragon, Imperial Prince, who shows up now and then. And Alexander, a Growlint's dragon, Crown Prince, who is with us for the first time. Wait, I think there's one more dragon. But I'm not going to mention her since I don't want to complicate things further. She should just stay inside her bottle. Anyway, we're in a summit-like space with several dragons presently gathered. I have a question for you, Ardheg. I am all ears. You said you defeated father, the Giza dragon. Is this true? No. I didn't achieve this feat alone. It was a victory won by all of my fellow companions. Ardheg, don't unconsciously bring our friends into this mess. Prince Rauana, whom I recognized as a hero and a king, his wife Puffer, Songokafon, and Hakai, none of us could have defeated father alone. Normally, I would have been moved by his compassion for his friends, but right now, I feel like my heart would burst from tension. Is this okay? Alexander won't say anything like wanting revenge on them, will he? I see. You all have done well, huh? I knew I would have to deal with father sooner or later. Such is my role as a Grauglint's dragon. It pains me to have you, my brother dragon, shoulder that burden for me. Oh, that was a surprisingly favorable response. Despite his father being beat up, your analyzation skills need work. Master, says Vale, scolding me. I already explained that Alexander and father aren't on good terms. Why would he bother to avenge his death? So, overthrowing the Giza dragon was the right thing to do? He even tried to strip other dragons' power just to rival me and went so far as to make up those trials to put a curse on them. It's as you say, brother. I couldn't overlook father's injustice, so I fought him with my friends. According to him, Ardheg had once been told that he had failed the trials and almost lost his power. A dragon that loses its power and wisdom turns into a beast-like creature called a lesser dragon. Prince Rauana, who considered Ardheg a special friend, stood up to the Giza dragon and defeated him in the process. Friendship is such a magical thing, but if our deed is considered a great crime, we will not resist. If Brother Alexander, who is to be the new forerunner, judges so, we will follow suit. How brave of Ardheg. I have no intention of settling for such a pompous role. My desire is to watch over the promising potential of mankind. I want to stay out of the dragon power struggle. But Alexander interrupts Vale. Now that Further is gone, someone else must become the new Giza dragon, right? Aren't you the first candidate to become the rightful heir? If Alexander doesn't ascend to the throne, a brutal succession struggle without rules and honor will break out among them. And as the strongest race, their battle would not be confined to them alone. The collateral damage to humanity will be terrible. Its aftermath could destroy towns and villages alike. I don't want that to happen. I cherish mankind's life as well. Are you a dragon of character or something? What could be a good solution to this? An illusionary bulb flashes above Alexander's head. Ardheg. Yes? You should become the next Giza dragon. Pardon? Here we go again with the random, unreasonable requests. You defeated father, a Giza dragon, and obtained a title of Dragon Emperor with your own power, so you deserve to succeed him. Isn't that good enough? I can sense that he wants to impose a chore. Chapter 309, The Birth of a New Emperor. Please wait, brother, says Ardheg in a strained voice, caught off guard by the sudden proposal. I am not worthy of becoming the next Giza dragon. In terms of rank and ability, I believe you deserve it more. Ardheg, you know how I detest hassles. The Crown Prince Dragon's image as a benevolent ruler immediately vanished. I only want to focus on managing my dungeon and watch over the human adventurers who enter it. I don't have time to become a Giza dragon and subdue other dragons' conflicts. But I do not have the confidence to make all dragons obey me. It was only with my friend's help that I defeated father. Besides, there are many dragons out there stronger than me, including you. Dragons are humbler and more auspicious than I thought. Or maybe it's just these two? Oh, right. Why don't you become the Giza dragon, says Vale. Next, he passes the baton to Vale. You're one of the 10 most powerful dragons in the world, plus you're stronger than me. Wouldn't it be better to leave everything to you? Is Vale really that strong? She has always lost to Sensei since day one, so she never really gave me that impression. Of course, being a dragon, she's one of the strongest beings out there, but I thought she wasn't that strong among her race. If so, that just goes to show how strong Sensei is. Now, as for Vale's reply, no, thanks. Sis, she flatly refused. Are you sure, Vale? Didn't you always want to be a Giza dragon? I ask. She even stole the holy sword from Sensei for that purpose. It feels like a long time ago, though. So thinking about it makes me nostalgic. Too naive, master. All living things change with time, and we dragons are no exception. I, too, have changed over time, as well as my desires. What do you want now, then? Protect Junior. Wah. I will protect Junior for the rest of my life and destroy anyone who tries to harm him, mortal or not. It is my delight to protect such an adorable child. My son has surpassed the title of Dragon Emperor. I'll make Vale learn to let go of Junior over time, so things should be fine for now. There you have it, Ardheg. You'll be the Giza dragon. Who are you? Ardheg is cornered by his sibling dragons. You're the one who defeated father, our predecessor. There is no other unequivocal condition than that. Resign yourself and become emperor. Being a ruler is not something you want to be but something you are forced to do. And here, we have a perfect example of it. No, wait. I still think this is all too much for me to take in. You can do it. No, I can't. I have to be as good as Brother Alexander or Sis Vale. You can do it. You can do it. Seriously. You too, Sis Vale. But, you can do it. You can do it. But, you can do it. We're telling you. You can do it. You're so persistent. Oh, okay. What did I just witness? Anyway, it was decided that the new Giza dragon would be Ardheg. Well, I'll participate in spreading the word of your enthronement. If they know I'm backing you up, the other dragons won't do anything absurd. If so, why don't you do it from the beginning? It's not a question of who will do it. It's what you do. Thus, ended the conversation and settled the matter. It's up to Ardheg, the new Giza dragon, to unite the dragons and bring peace to the world. Now then, how about we have dinner inside to celebrate Ardheg's inauguration? I say, I wouldn't want to stand here and talk forever. Plus, I've only been an onlooker so far, so it's time I made my presence felt. No, human. I've caused enough trouble by coming uninvited. I can't possibly bother you any more than this. Seeing Alexander's modesty, uncharacteristic of dragons, left an even better impression on me. Don't say that. Please allow us to entertain you with a meal. Well then, I'll accept your kind offer. Speaking of which, Vale, are you living with this human? That's pretty brave of you, Alexander asks Vale as we walk to the main house. Even I, who pride myself on being one of the most pro-mankind dragons in the world, don't feel that comfortable with them. Hee. That's because Master is amazing. You'll soon realize that too. Alexander. Vale, don't just go raise the bar out of nowhere. It seems I have to cook to the best of my ability for today's lunch section. It was a little late for lunch, but I decided to serve the pork, horned boar, stew that I had prepared last night. I also boiled some yoshikamo eggs in it, soaking up all the broth's goodness. There are also pickles I got from the brewery, onigiri, and miso, which I hastily prepared. Alexander, the most powerful dragon, wasn't afraid to taste the food he was unfamiliar with. It's delicious, he says, in a way a highly regarded character in anime manga would react. I've never had anything like this despite receiving offerings from the humans. This square boar meat, one of the 5 great meat delicacies, has been cooked to perfection and is easy to chew. Now, he's reviewing it like a character in an actual anime manga. This wasn't directly cooked. It's been heated with hot water. And it's not just water, it's probably water that's been mixed with something flavored. The meat absorbed all of that. This dragon and his taste buds are amazing. He doesn't know the concepts of boiling or seasoning, so he can't use such vocabulary. But that's what makes him incredible. He knows exactly how to cook something without knowing the techniques. I told you Master is amazing. I can tell you're impressed by his cooking too. For some reason, Vale is bragging about it as if she cooked the food. Also, you get to eat with us day and night, so show a little restraint. You're eating twice of Alexander and Ardheg's portions. To be able to cook food like this is phenomenal. Oh, by the way, he recalls something. I heard there was a dragon who intervened in the human-demon war. Wasn't it you, Vale? Oh, you knew about that. Alexander? As usual, you are poorly informed about the affairs of dragons but are always gathering information about the world of mankind, brother. How nostalgic. I remember hearing about that too. It was when Vale raided the battlefield in her dragon form and said, I am a servant of the saint, and I will burn anyone who messes with my master. Which means this human is the saint. This dragon has good intuition. I never expected to meet you like this. You're being talked about extensively in the human kingdom and how the almighty saint lives on a farm. Oh, no. I'm sure they're just exaggerating things. To think this is the place. Alexander sure has good discernment. His reactions are so entertaining that I feel flattered. Maybe it's partly because dragons are the strongest. If you'd like, do you want to take a look around? Chapter 310, A Visit to the Strongest Dragon's Home. Alexander, the Gragalance dragon, is the strongest dragon. He is also known as the Crown Prince Dragon, which means he's the leading dragon Archon candidate in terms of magic and strength. A young Crown Prince Dragon can sometimes surpass the old Dragon Emperor, and the relationship between him and his father, the Giza Dragon, was exactly like that. Alexander, however, has an unusual trait no other dragon has. He's fond of humans, or rather, mankind. Using the word humans can be ambiguous because there are many different races in this world. But he has compassion for all of them. He even allows them to enter his dungeon and loot stuff. His dungeon, the Mountain of the Sacred White Maiden, is famed in the former human kingdom. The human race worships him like a god there. Or so Rhythasius, a human student studying at our farm, told me. Wow, he's that incredible of a dragon, huh? Never in my wildest dreams did I expect to see Lord Alexander in the flesh. This place really is out of this world, he says, trembling. I don't understand why only Alexander gets all the attention. Shouldn't I, a local of this place, be worshipped as much as him? Says Vale, jealous of the strongest dragon's fame. I wish she was more aware that she's not respected because of her behavior. Oh, wait. You have your own dungeon too, Alexander? Yes. The Mountain of the Sacred White Maiden is in the area mankind used to call the human kingdom. People often come visit. Rhythasius, an explanation, please. But of course, Lord Alexander's dungeon is the only one where you can freely enter and leave. Other guardians would attack you just by taking one step into their territory. One can easily tell how tolerant a dungeon guardian is by that act alone. Speaking of which, I remember Vale yelling at me the first time we met and finding out I'd been hunting in her dungeon without permission. Lord Alexander manages his dungeon well, so we get a steady supply of loot and monsters. He himself encourages adventurers to enter his dungeon, so we risk nothing. No doubt it's the best in the world. Dungeon guardians are usually either dragons or lifeless kings, so being attacked by them is the most fearsome risk. Alexander, my dungeon's actually nearby if you want to take a look. Is Vale trying to compete with her brother? Since I'm already here, I suppose I shall. In fact, visiting other dungeons is my hobby. That's a hobby? I adopt anything I can possibly learn and apply them to my dungeon so that people will be more encouraged to conquer it. He's so industrious. Cool. In that case, I invite you to my dungeon so you can enjoy the various setups I've prepared. And so we went with our visitor, Alexander, to Vale's mountain dungeon. Meanwhile, Ardheg sighs heavily as he stares at his siblings' backs. Must be nice having your own dungeons. You mean to say you don't have a dungeon? Ardheg? Only the best of dragons can become dungeon guardians. Yet here I am, geezer dragon with no dungeon to call his own. It seems he still hasn't recovered from the shock earlier. What are you talking about? Now that you're the geezer dragon, the Dragon Emperor Castle will be your dungeon. Oh, you're right. He went from a nomad to a castle owner real quick. Section. Here we are at Vale's dungeon. This here's my dungeon. We and the people back at the farm often come here to hunt monsters. We are also accompanied by Orkibo and Gobukachi, who are excitedly preparing for the hunt. It's divided into 4 main areas: spring, summer, fall, winter, and is color-coded in various distinctive ways. Each stratum has a completely different feel to it, boasts Vale. I see. I didn't know one could incorporate such visual entertainment into a dungeon. That's unexpected. I'd like to apply this concept to my dungeon too. Yeah, you're free to do the same, Alexander. Vale's excitement aside, Alexander's attention turned to something else. Hey, Vale, what are those? He asks, pointing at an orderly line of trees. The mountain dungeon is a different dimension that takes the form of a mountain range, so it's abundant with luscious trees. However, since the trees are naturally grown, their placement around the mountain is at random. The orchard Alexander saw must have caught his attention because of the identical trees growing in a neat line. That's the dungeon orchard, I reply. I'm the orchard's originator and caretaker, after all. The dungeon orchard? I took advantage of the constant climate here to grow fruit trees. Their fruits are pretty delicious too. Would you like to try some? Yes, sure. I found a ripe enough fruit, plucked it, wiped its surface clean, and offered it to him. It's a bit crude, but Alexander is a dragon. Even if I offered him a pineapple as is, he'd probably still take a clean bite out of it, so no problems there. The fruit, by the way, is a pear from the autumn area. Alexander bites straight into the pear and, His eyes widen. I didn't know a fruit like this existed. Did you grow this with magic? Oh, no, It's just a fruit from my hometown. I didn't tell him my hometown is a different world because it might complicate things. Marvelous. The dungeon is not only a place where materials can be found, but also where people can grow their own food. Ha ha ha. Are you surprised, brother? Says Vale proudly. My dungeon has become a one-of-a-kind farming dungeon thanks to my and Master's collaborative efforts. Bet your dungeon doesn't have an orchard, Alexander. She brags as if it's her achievement, but it was me and Orcubo who planted and grew those trees. It's a lot of work managing the fruit trees, but thanks to the tree spirits possessing them, it has become more tolerable. Speak of the devil. Various tree spirits noticed me and started gathering around. There's King Kaku the cacao spirit, Persimmon the persimmon spirit, Ringo the apple spirit, Aromacan the macan spirit, Mommelman the lemon spirit, Strong the bdo the grape spirit, and Das Bananas the banana spirit. They really have grown in number and variety. Lord Saint. Good day, Lord Saint. My fruits are ripening very well today. You're free to come harvest them anytime you like. For some reason, they all rushed to me, not noticing Vale, their dungeon guardian, one bit. Hey, have you forgotten who the dungeon guardian here is? She's been busy babysitting Junior that her dungeon reformation hasn't progressed. She was supposed to brag to her brother, but it seemed things didn't end well. Alexander, on the other hand, doesn't seem to mind her. Instead, human. No, Saint. Yes? Can you do me a favor and help remodel my dungeon? Chapter 311, Bittersweet Sightseeing. My name is Shape, a human adventurer. Woo. I'm still a novice, but I'll make it big and become a top-ranking adventurer one day. That's why I'm looking for the Saint's farm. If I can find this mysterious utopia, the hottest topic in the Adventurers Guild right now, my credits will soar high. Not even dragon slaying can compete. Wealth, honor, and dreams lie there. Let's go. Section. Today, I'm at the Mountain of the Sacred White Maiden, said to be one of the best dungeons in the human kingdom. People may wonder what its connection with the Saint's farm is. Nothing in particular, really. Hey, don't look at me. Looking for the Saint's farm is like finding a needle in a haystack. It's been almost a year since I started looking for it, but I haven't found a single clue. So today, I decided to change plans and stop by the best dungeon. The Mountain of the Sacred White Maiden is, as the name suggests, a mountain dungeon, and mountain dungeons usually have a dragon as the dungeon guardian. This one also has its own, Lord Alexander, the Gragalance dragon. He's a peculiar dragon fond of humankind. That's why he allows us to visit as we please. Typically, entering such a dungeon would require higher-ranking adventurers to be prepared to face death, but our safety is guaranteed here. In addition, rare materials and the monsters are more likely to appear. The Guardian welcoming adventurers and guaranteeing their safety means low risk and high return. The dungeon's so fine, the Adventurers Guild gave it 6 stars, a star above the standard range of 1 to 5. And now, I'm finally stepping into this fantastic place every adventurer is anxious to visit. I feel like I'm taking my first steps as a top-notch adventurer. At the Mountain of the Sacred White Maiden's foot, an Adventurers Guild branch serves as a receptionist, where you get permission to enter the dungeon. The surrounding area has inns and various stores to help you get ready. There are also taverns for relaxation, gambling dens, and even theaters. It's so huge that you can almost call this a city. I enter the guild, overwhelmed by how grand the best dungeon in the nation is. Access to the dungeon is strictly restricted by the guild, and only adventurers approved by them are allowed to enter. The first thing I did was show the adventurer's license I got from my hometown to prove that I was a member. Then, I filled out an application to enter the dungeon and signed a waiver that said the guild was not liable for any injuries incurred once I was in. Next, I signed a military police clearance stating that I haven't been involved in any crimes in the past few years and that I have carefully read through the dungeon's commission policy. Then, I filled out a short survey if I desired lodging and equipment assistance during my conquest. This is too much of a hassle. Why is the guild's dungeon admission process this bothersome? I mean, I'll still do it because I won't be able to enter the dungeon otherwise, but come on. Can't they simplify things? The human kingdom was destroyed and ruled by the demons, so at least take this opportunity to reform. Section. After complaining throughout the entire procedure, I finally entered the finest dungeon in the human country, the Mountain of the Sacred White Maiden. I'm actually pretty psyched. They call this the best dungeon in the human kingdom. After all, it's nothing compared to the crappy one-star cave dungeon back at my place, both in scale and quality. The monsters that spawn are also powerful, so I'm sure my level will go up if I keep fighting them. I'll be rewarded handsomely for the rare materials I can loot, too. This dungeon is such a dream. I bet the Saints Farm is precisely like this. For now, let's focus on conquering this dungeon. To the entrance we go. Is that a barricade? There's a sign in front that reads, "The Mountain of the Sacred White Maiden is currently under renovation. Entry is prohibited." Say what? Why? I came all the way here, went through that troublesome procedure, only to be denied entry? To be denied entry? Why didn't they publicly announce this? If they had, I wouldn't have bothered stopping here. Huh? They did? The Adventurers Guild branches across the former human kingdom were notified. Only I didn't know? Oh, guess I have no choice but to go back. Since you've already gone through the procedure, you can skip it the next time you come, so don't be too disheartened, says the receptionist politely. I still didn't feel happy about it, so I tried hitting on the receptionist, but she coldly rejected me. Damn it. Besides, what do they mean by remodeling the dungeon? Aren't they supposed to be natural? Can they even remodel something naturally made? Ah, I guess they can. The Guardian is a dragon, after all. I thought of taking a peek to see what exactly they're trying to remodel, but I guess that'll get me banned from dungeons and have my license revoked. Still, I don't want to leave without accomplishing something, so I'm going to the gambling house and gamble away my money. Section. A few weeks later, I heard a rumor about the Mountain of the Holy White Maiden. Did you hear? Lord Alexander's dungeon has been remodeled, says a fellow adventurer to me. So, the remodeling is finished? I heard it's amazing. They've built an orchard inside it. An orchard? You mean that place that grows fruits and stuff? Yeah, that's a surprise in itself, but the fruits that grow there can't be found anywhere else. And they taste great too. I heard veteran adventurers are going to target them. He excitedly says. I see. They added such a specialty during their remodeling. Never be satisfied with the status quo. Make improvements and reforms for better development. Huh? I like that. I have to learn a thing or two from them. I will make improvements and reforms to develop, then reach the Saints Farm one day. This isn't the time to spend my days earning pocket money in one-star dungeons. Damn it, if only I didn't go to the gambling house and squander all my money to vent my frustration. Later on, I discovered that the dungeon reopened the day after I left. Why the lousy timing? Screw this. I'm going to turn my life around the moment I find this farm. Chapter 312. Dragon Coronation Ceremony. It's me again. We have finished remodeling Alexander's dungeon. It was big and magnificent. As I'd expected from the dungeon of the strongest dragon, it almost felt like we were invited to a palace. Ultimately, we set up an orchard similar to the one in Vale's dungeon. It will have been worth our efforts if it becomes another landmark within his dungeon. During those few days of remodeling, we got to know Alexander better. Of course, other preparations were also underway, such as Ardheg's coronation ceremony to officially enthrone him as Giza Dragon. Section. Today, at long last, Ardheg will be officially inaugurated as the new Giza Dragon. Does it really have to be me? He still finds it hard to accept the reality. The Giza Dragon is the Dragon Emperor, the ruler of all dragons. In their society, a fierce succession battle broke out over this position. Amidst this, the original Giza Dragon was overthrown by a particular dragon and his friends, and that was Ardheg. That's why he's being forced by those around him that he's worthy of being the new Giza Dragon. It's strange how something everyone was contending for is now being pushed on one guy. It's too much for me. I seriously think Brother Alexander or Sisvale is more deserving of the title. You know we've talked about that before. You're so stubborn for a soon-to-be Dragon Emperor, scolds Vale. Ardheg, Vale, and the strongest dragon, Alexander, all in their human forms, are with us on the farm. Apparently, the coronation will take place here. I timidly interject. Why is the coronation being held at our farm? It's not that I find it a bother or anything, but I feel like there are more appropriate venues for a ceremony so grand. I've been helping with the preparations, but this is just a farm, so it only feels like a house party at most. That's because it's easier for the guests to come, replies Alexander. Guests? But my doubt was quickly answered. Congratulations on becoming Dragon Emperor, Lord Ardheg. Prince Rauana has come all the way from the Mermaid Kingdom. They once traveled together and are reuniting here. I heard that you're going to become a Dragon Emperor. I'm so proud as your former travel companion. Lord Rauana, you came all the way here just to congratulate me? They exchange a firm and vigorous handshake. It's not just Prince Rauana, but also Puffer, Hakai, and Son Gokafon have arrived to celebrate their friend's success. Let's overlook that half of his companions are original farm residents just for today. Thank you. Thank you all. To be honest, I feel reluctant because of the heavy responsibility I'll be carrying, but I am sincerely overjoyed to be graced by your felicitations. He openly expresses his innermost feelings in the heat of the moment. But I can't run away if I've got your support. I'll do my best to be the geyser dragon. That's the spirit, Lord Ardheg. I know you're also working hard every day to become the Mermaid King, Lord Rauana. I, your friend, will rise to the same heights as you and become Dragon Archon. Yeah, I wonder if the Mermaid King and Dragon Archon are considered to be on the same level? No matter, as long as they're happy and satisfied. It seems the strategy of having your friends give you the last push went well, says Alexander, nodding from the side. Was all this perhaps a trick by him to get Ardheg to make up his mind? This strongest dragon also knows how to play tricks. Well, now that Ardheg steeled his resolve at the last minute, no obstacle to the inauguration remains in the way. Anyway, let us begin the coronation ceremony to signify that Ardheg is the next Dragon Archon, says the Crown Prince Dragon, severalfold stronger than Ardheg. The new ruler will be officially crowned, but there are others who are stronger than him. What kind of transformation will this unconventional situation bring to the dragon world? Wait, that was how things were from the beginning. The previous geyser dragon Ardheg defeated was already no match for Alexander, in essence, but you know, it just occurred to me, says Vale. She, too, had lost interest in the position of geyser dragon long ago. How does one officially become the geyser dragon? I, Ardheg, and even Alexander tilt our heads. Isn't it simply a matter of whoever introduces themselves as such? If so, we didn't have to go through that exaggerated succession war. Don't we need something extraordinary to become the new geyser dragon? For Vale, she makes a good point. Something is needed to become the new geyser dragon, but no one here knows what that is. Why did they leave this question unanswered until this very moment? Today's supposed to be Coronation Day. I don't think anyone would care about the legitimate procedures anymore. Can't he just claim the title for himself? Huh? I somehow feel uncomfortable with that. Vale's surprisingly methodological. What now, then? Postpone the coronation until a proper method is discovered? Mwahaha, someone seems troubled. Who was that? A stranger appeared. It was a child, around 10 years old, based on their stature. Ah, whose child is this? Getting to our farm is no small feat since it's located in the middle of nowhere. In other words, this isn't a place for a child to wander into by any chance. Who are you? The calm mood of the coronation ceremony suddenly became tense. The fact that he came to our farm on his own proves that he's no ordinary person. And since he looks like a child, it makes things even more puzzling. Ha! Can't you tell? I suppose it's hard for a mere human with poor senses to see through the essence of someone as grand as me. Wait. It can't be. Father? Alexander and Vale simultaneously express their thoughts. The child's true identity is, well done. I suppose my own children do recognize my true identity, says the child. Yes, it is I, the true Dragon Archon, and the reigning Dragon Emperor, Algor, the Geyser Dragon. Chapter 313, The Dragon Emperor's Visit. Geyser Dragon? It's the title of the highest-ranking dragon who rules the other dragons. And one dragon initially claimed such a title. However, when he was defeated, Ardheg was to succeed him. Then, this child, who claims he's the geyser dragon, appeared out of nowhere. Father, you're alive? Asks Alexander. But I heard Ardheg defeated you. I didn't feel your presence at all either, so I assumed you were gone. You're a fool, son, says the child with contempt. The dragon Archon doesn't simply disappear. As you can see, I am alive and well. But you did lose. NGH. The child's expression distorts at Vale's statement. Shut it. They cheated and had a mythical relic like an angel as their ally. The merfolk used the blessings of the sea gods, too. He starts spouting shameful excuses. So, he really is the geezer dragon Prince Aroana's group defeated during their journey? Which also means he's Vale, Ardheg, and Alexander's father. Yes, I'm Algor the geezer dragon, he introduces again. Geezer dragon is just his title, and Algor is his real name. Huh? Indeed, Ardheg and his cohorts almost beat me with their foul play. You're just butthurt you lost. You tell him. Vale. My body once shattered and vanished. It took a long time to reconstitute my body and revive myself. No less expected from our father, I guess. Even though he said it took a long time, no more than a year had passed since their battle. The title of the strongest dragon rightfully belongs to Alexander, but the title holder of the emperor is impressive himself. But father, haven't you lost most of your strength due to your defeat? You're too weak to be called a dragon now. TSK. I'm not surprised you saw through me, my eldest son. That's right, I'm no longer a geezer dragon. Now that I've lost, so has my title as emperor, vexingly says the former geezer dragon in the form of a child. That cursed Ardheg. I took my foolish children's power and tried to make myself as powerful as Alexander. Yet his small fry of a group dares pull the carpet under me like that. But father, we right here. Must be hard for Ardheg to be treated like a small fry by his father. I've been defeated. My geezer dragon powers have been taken away, and I've used up most of my dragon power to revive myself. Even if I want to sink my fangs into these loathsome pests for revenge. His eyes glare sharply at Ardheg. Eek. It's not just at Ardheg but also at his companions, like Prince Rowana. I no longer have the power to do so. To challenge you to a rematch, here is Hi-ah. The geezer dragon tries to revert to his dragon form and lets out a fierce roar. Hi-ah. Oh, Naya. However, the ferociousness is only the atmosphere he's creating. He transformed into a petite, round dragon, almost like a stuffed animal. Look, now that I've lost my power, I can only take on this diminutive form. He really is just a live stuffed animal now. His adorableness attracted the girls on our farm. Help, he's so cute. 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 Let's pat him. Wah, he's so fluffy. Pat, pat. Ah, so cute. I'm going to sleep with this darling beside me tonight. This tiny dragon has charmed their hearts. Gah. Stop. What insulting behavior toward the dragon emperor. Have you no shame? Huh? Oh, okay, sure, I'll sleep with you. He was passed around like a puppy that wandered into an elementary school but somehow managed to come out in one piece. He reverts to his human form. Did you see how miserable I am now as a loser? You seem pretty popular back there, though. Ah, is that why his human form is a child? Is your human child form supposed to be you in energy conservation mode? I don't know what you're talking about. This is what I've always looked like in my human form. Huh? Isn't it common sense to choose the most youthful form? It is Alexander who's the weird one for choosing such an old and crippled form, he says, glaring at his eldest son. You know nothing about humankind, father. Youth is important, but the dignity that comes with age is just as important. Don't you see why I removed you from the candidate list? You've lost your senses by favoring those lot. I know the Dragon Emperor and the Crown Prince Dragon don't get along, but as an outsider watching from the sides, I can't help but be confused when the parent is a child and the child is an elder. I understand you're weakened and can no longer harm Ardheg Hormy, but what bewilders me even more is your purpose for coming here. Oh, yeah. He doesn't seem to have a good relationship with his children, so the only reason I can think of for him to come here is to fight. But if he's too weak to fight, why did he come here? HMPH. He snorts snobbishly. It seems you're going to replace me with Ardheg as the new geezer dragon. Yes, he defeated you. After all, I believe he is qualified enough to take your place. But you don't know how to turn him into a geyser dragon, do you? The geyser dragon brings up the matter Vale pointed out earlier. You know how, father? Of course I do, for I am the original and only geyser dragon, he says, holding his petite hand. In it is a transparent jewel as clear as crystal and red like a ruby with a flickering glow like a flame inside. What's this? The Dragon Ball. The dragon that ingests this becomes the geyser dragon. So, this red jewel is the regalia that guarantees a dragon's authority. For hundreds of years, this ball has remained inside my body. But it came out after my recent defeat. As in the battle with Prince Rauana and his group. I told you, defeat is unacceptable for a geyser dragon. He who falls from the throne of victory is immediately forsaken by the Dragon Ball. Various feelings cover the eyes of the geyser dragon, staring at the red jewel. The Dragon Ball will never return inside me. I can only keep it in my possession till I hand it over to the next dragon. That is the final duty of the dragon chosen by it. Is that why you're here, father? Yes, if you want to become the new geyser dragon, you must accept the Dragon Ball. It could be you, Ardheg, or even you, Alexander. And you haven't really completely given up on your dream either, have you, Vale? As if to incite the desires of his children. There, former Dragon Emperor in his child form shows off the red jewel. Come and get it. The one who gets this jewel will be the next geyser dragon. No, thank you. Why not just give it to Ardheg? That should solve things. Neither Alexander nor Vale seemed interested in the jewel at all. Seeing this, the geyser dragon, too, lost interest. What an unavaricious lot. But can you still keep a nonchalant air after hearing this? The dragon turned human has a wicked smile on his face that a human child would never have. When the Dragon Ball is ingested, and the new geyser dragon is born, other dragons' power will be sucked out of them. They will cease to exist. Chapter 314, The Dragon's Secret, The Beginning. All dragons will disappear? It was such a disturbing statement that everyone held their breath. Satisfied with our reaction, the sinister child continues talking. Do you even know what we dragons are? The strongest race on Earth. Immediately answers Vale, but the ex-geyser dragon only laughs in response. And I ask you, why are we the strongest on Earth? All creatures in this world were created by gods. Land creatures by the god of the earth, sea creatures by the god of the sea, and sky creatures by the god of the sky. But what about dragons? They weren't created by any of the three realm deities. Gaia, the mother goddess of all, and the creator of this world itself, created us. Dragons are transcendent beings unbound by the world's law. I caught a glimpse of their secret. In the past, the world was created by the mother goddess, who later created the rest of the deities and entrusted it to them. However, some of the deities became arrogant and tyrannized the mortals on Earth. Distressed by the situation, the creator created sentinels to prevent her children from doing as they pleased. That is what we dragons are. We watch over the gods, restrain them when they overdo things and correct their haughty attitude. No way. The ex-geyser dragon story shocked not only us mortals but also the other dragons present. That's why we have enough power to compete with the gods. We were created with a mission, and we are not allowed to thrive on our own. Is that the reason behind what you said earlier? That all dragons will disappear whenever a new dragon archon is chosen. The rest that has lived until then will be erased and become one with the new geyser dragon. Then the geyser dragon will clone itself to increase in number to create an army against the gods. That's how our ecology works. But why? To remind them of the mission they were given. As long as a creature continues to live, its way of being will change in response to the environment, forgetting the meaning and destiny it had. This is sometimes called growth or evolution. Even one individual can transform in a lifetime under special cases, but the more they change as a species over time, the more unstoppable they become. If dragons are left completely on their own, their evolutionary transformation as a species will cause them to forget the mission they were once given. To not make them forget, they have to regularly press the reset button. Every time a new geyser dragon arises, their species will be destroyed and start from scratch. By doing so, they can forever be the faithful executors of the mission given by the Creator. That's right. Even if we are proud of being the strongest species on Earth, We are no more than God's tools, says the ex-dragon Archon with a jaded expression. Still, I tried to resist my fate and reign as the Dragon Emperor forever. So, that was what the succession struggle was all about? Asks Alexander, his eldest son. Yes. Me removing you from the candidate list because I didn't fancy you favoring mankind was all an excuse. I simply wanted to stay as the Dragon Emperor forever. And then, using the throne as bait, he made his children fight and took advantage of the opportunity to steal their power. Thinking about it now, that controversy was just accelerating our demise caused by the succession. The end result of only one dragon surviving remains the same, he says, laughing sarcastically. I was supposed to be that last dragon. I planned to defeat you last and take your power too, Alexander. I would have regained my youth and become an immortal dragon emperor, but Ardheg shattered those ambitions of mine. Forsaken by the Dragon Ball, there was nothing more he could do. He can only quietly accept his fate. But I could at least tell you what lies ahead for our race and sardonically laugh as you perish, desperately holding on for dear life. Now, come fight for the Dragon Ball. Only the winner will survive. Oh, I can only imagine the thrill of this event. Al Gore, the former Giza dragon, keeps on laughing hysterically. Beside him, I call for Sensei. Sensei, Sensei. Yes? It's a coronation ceremony, so Sensei's here too. More people celebrating is better. I asked him to summon a certain deity with his magic. It's Gaia, the mother goddess of all. She is the origin of all deities. And we're going to ask her a favor. Could you please make it so that dragons won't die even if their ruler is replaced? Sure, dear. The law of the world was changed, and the dragons are now free from the harsh fate of being wiped out with every new successor. Phew. The former Dragon Emperor is shocked at how easily the problem was solved. Just like that? If we can survive this easily, what of my efforts until now? Yeah, tell me about it. The world will change even if the dragons doth not. Yes? Comments the summoned goddess, Gaia, the mother goddess of all. Oh, that looks scrumptious. May I have some? Please, go ahead, your radiance. She spots the feast meant for the coronation and takes some. Then, she says, it was for the purpose of monitoring mine own foolish sons and daughters that I created thee. But even those fools have grown wiser with the passing of time. Except for the foolish Zeus, I no longer see any need for surveillance. Understood. Hades and Poseidon, our frequent divine visitors, are pretty nice too. Furthermore, Zeus was recently incarcerated by his own children, so the matter is resolved. I shall release thee from the task I gave thee. So go forth and live freely. Phew, says the ex-Giza dragon in astonishment. The other dragons don't seem to be particularly upset compared to him. Well, even if we're told to live the life we want, we've been doing that from the very beginning. What more freedom do we need? I think you need to be tied down, sis. I see. Indeed, they've always been carefree with their lives. This is but a trifle. Truly, the mischievous ways of the gods have long since ceased. The dragons, too, once roamed freely. This change serves merely to expunge that which had already fallen into obsolescence. Gently says the Creator. Live freely, dragons. Thee, too, art denizens of this world. Behaveth as thee wish and leave behind a legacy that reflects the purpose of thine existence. Yahoo! Don't get excited on your own like that, Vale. Well, now that all the hassle is out of the way, let's get to the real issue at hand. The real issue? What was it again? You forgot, Master? Today is Ardheg's coronation to become a Giza dragon. We just need this, right? Vale snatches the red jewel from the ex-Giza dragon and doesn't hesitate to aim at Ardheg. Take this. Her fist that held the Dragon Ball sank into Ardheg's gut. Bwah? I'm not surprised he reacted like that. The Dragon Ball is no longer in Vale's hand, but it's obvious where it went. This makes Ardheg the new Giza dragon. OHH. The people around him applaud generously. I had considered erasing the Dragon Ball along with its superfluous mission, but perhaps a leader to unite their race is still necessary. I shall leave them be, so use them freely, serenely says the Creator. Thus, a new Dragon Emperor is crowned, and a new era came not only for humanity but also for dragons. I guess. Chapter 315, A Keen-Eyed Dragon. My name is Mary, Bloody Mary the Grau-Grinzel Dragon, my beloved father, the Geyser Dragon, has organized a succession race. I am said to be the prime candidate, which isn't surprising, as I'm the second hatchling born after my brother, Alexander, and for that, I'm the second most powerful. But since Alexander had fallen out with Further and stepped down as his successor, I can say that I'm the strongest dragon with the right to inherit the throne. The one who will be the next Geyser Dragon is me and no one else. I'm 100% sure of it. At Black Widow Mountain, my dungeon and citadel, my younger siblings keep buttering up to me, with all of them in their human form. The palace atop my dungeon is always crowded like a ballroom hall. They all flatter me, praising me as the future Dragon Empress. "You look dazzling, sister," one of my gallant dragon brothers adulates with a beaming smile. "This succession race is just a waste of time. It's only natural you'll emerge victorious, sister," he says as he pours Bacchus' finest grape wine into my glass. "You're the strongest dragon, so I'm sure you'll be the next Geyser Dragon. Are you sure you're not looking for an opening to outsmart me by saying that?" When I pointed that out to him, his hand stopped pouring the alcohol. Whatever are you talking about? I'm no longer interested in being a Geyser Dragon." "Really? Of course. My only desire now is to do everything in my power to help you become the new ruler." "What obvious lies!" "I know your true intentions. And that goes for the rest in the room. They obey and patronize me to use me as their sponsor to gain an advantage over the other candidates. When the time is right, and the number of rivals decreases significantly, they will betray me. As proof, none of them have formally withdrawn from the competition. After all, those who decline will have their magic and wisdom immediately extracted from them by Father and become lesser dragons. In short, they haven't given up at all. But I don't care if they backstab and betray me one day. I'm much stronger than they are, so even if they take advantage of me, they still can't kill me. There is only one brother in the world that I fear, and that's Brother Alexander. As long as brother doesn't show interest, my victory is absolute. So, to panic is futile. The destined empress will always emerge victorious." Sis. Absorbed in my superiority complex, a commotion disturbed the place. One of my brothers has barged in. "What is it?" "We want to spend this evening in elegance, so could you not make a ruckus?" "This is no time for elegance. This is important." "What?" "We already have a new Geyser Dragon." "Excuse me?" The venue's festivities came to a halt. No one could comprehend the words that came out of his mouth. The void in our thoughts turned into nothingness until it materialized into audible words. "What?" Eventually, I, too, gathered my thoughts. "What?" And let out a strange voice. Not only me but also my cronies were in an uproar. "What is going on? A new Geyser Dragon has been chosen?" "Nonsense. The succession race hasn't even finished its first stage of trials yet. How did they wrap things up? This is way too sudden. The Geyser Dragon was supposed to be me." Some of the dragons were so shocked they ended up saying their real intentions, but I didn't have the presence of mind to worry about it. "Someone else has become the new Geyser Dragon? The title that was supposed to be mine?" "Just who? And how?" "They snatched the title of Geyser Dragon from Father." "You?" "Why yes, my brother, who barged in to report this to me." "Arg. I can't remember your name." "Whatever. It doesn't matter who you are." "First of all, who is this new Geyser Dragon?" "It's Ardheg." "Ardheg? I've never heard of that name before." I look around to see if anyone's familiar with the name. But, I'm sorry, I don't know. "Me neither." "We've never even heard of him, so he must be one puny dragon. And you dared speak when you have nothing helpful to contribute at all? Useless bunch." "Why do I even let you serve me?" "Fine, I'll find out who that dragon is sooner or later. The problem is the trick he used. How did this Ardheg snatch the throne from Father? He must have used some sneaky and underhanded tactic. I mean, we're right in the middle of the race right now. I bet he used lip service to butter up to Father and snatch the title from right under his nose." "That's got to be it." "You mumbles the dragon who reported to me." "What?" "I don't have forever to wait for what you have to say." "Out with it." "Our father, the Geyser Dragon, was killed." "Huh?" "He was challenged to a battle by this Ardheg and lost. That's why he got the title of Geyser Dragon." "Father lost?" "I don't believe it." "No, Before that, I can't believe this Ardheg managed to take the title for himself in such a fashion. Had I known such a method was possible, I wouldn't have taken serious participation in this race like the other idiots here. What recklessness! What outrage! Damn you, Ardheg! How dare you disregard the rules of the race and harm Father Sis? What he did was unacceptable. We must stand up to this ruffian's injustice who became the new Giza dragon. Though I didn't quite catch who said what, their words moved me. Yeah, we'll play by his rules this time if that's what he wants. Let's all go out and beat up this Ardheg. Then we can elect a new Giza dragon by consensus. Right you are. The Giza dragon is the dragon Archon. Early birds shouldn't be permitted to do such things. The ideal dragon with intelligence, magic, grace, and above all, strength deserves to be the Archon. But a thief ignored that and claimed the throne for himself. I, the rightful ruler, will punish him. Let's go. The rest of the dragons let out a cheer at my declaration. Bloody Mary herself is going to execute the ruffian. What grace! As expected, the Graugrinzel dragon. Please allow us to accompany you. Suit yourselves. But the question is, where is this Ardheg? Hopefully, he doesn't cower and hide in fear of confronting me. I know exactly where he is. Sorry. Could you repeat that? I actually received an invitation to his public coronation ceremony. There, it was also written that he defeated Father. Quite a haughty fellow we have here, eh? I'm going to crush that ecstasy of yours by holding a ceremony without inviting me. After him, everyone. If he's invited, we might as well show up and make sure his big day is dyed in blood. The surrounding dragons cheer again. Oh, but there's one last thing I must tell you. It seems that wasn't all the intel. What is it? I am raring to go out already. The sender of the invitation wasn't Ardheg, but Brother Alexander. Huh? Brother Alexander? What does the strongest dragon have anything to do with this? Chapter 316. Dragon Family Feud. It's me. Ardheg's coronation ended without a hitch. Now, we're having a peaceful meal. Everyone is eating with relish the dishes we prepared in advance while having lively conversations. I've really become the Giza dragon. What should I do now? Don't worry, Lord Ardheg, we've got your back. Ardheg is chatting with his former travel companion, Prince Rauana. The comestibles in this place are so pleasing to my palate that I doth not wish to return to mine own realm. And Gaia, the mother goddess of all, is still with us. She cunningly joined us in our meal and devoured the food greedily. This dish resembling cured flesh doth delight my palate most of all. The more I sink my teeth into it, the more its savor doth increase. Oh, that's dried squid. Why don't you try dipping it in this chili mayonnaise? Your audience. In addition to the creator munching her dried squid away, other people are also present, such as Vale and Platty. Look, Junior, it's meat. Meat is delicious, you know. Gah. No. Meat is too much for a baby his age. And then, Alexander the Graugrinzel dragon and Al Gore, now an actual ex-Giza dragon. Bleg. It's got onions in it. You mustn't be a picky eater, Father. I really can't tell which of them is the child and parent. They were originally not on good terms, but it'd be great if this occasion could be the spark to their reconciliation. Then, Bacchus comes over to Alexander's side. Hey there, Dragon Prince. Been a while. Well, I'll be. Aren't you a demigod? I never thought I'd see you here. They seem to know each other. Since we're celebrating a special occasion, why don't you taste my new brew? No doubt your brews taste divine. I'd love to try it. Nice. Here you go. This is delicious. What kind of alcohol is this? It's wine with extract from a certain dragon. Man, what a relief. It's not something I can offer to anyone, so I was starting to worry about how to consume it. Though, it should be fine if it's you guys, so drink to your heart's content. And so, this peaceful mood is ubiquitous on the farm. NGH. Suddenly groans Alexander. What's wrong? You're making me feel like something grave is about to happen with that expression. No. I was wondering if this would be enough food. Huh? No way. We won't run out of food. Our stock is more than enough for everyone present today. But, you know, considering the number of guests that will be arriving soon. What? More guests? I didn't hear anything of the sort. I've sent out invitations to my dragon brethren to come if they'd like. The more the merrier. as they say. Why did you do that without telling me? I thought he had an outstanding personality, but at the end of the day, he's just a dragon who does things crudely. What? So, this means there will be a surge of dragons any minute now? You've got to be kidding me. Oh, speak of the devil. There they are. Huh? Ah, he's right. I spot a group of dragons coming toward us. They flap their wings at breakneck speed and stop just above us, still hovering in the air. Where is that presumptuous and cowardly geezer dragon named Ardheg? Says one dragon. His deceit is unforgivable. Bloody Mary, the Graugrinzel dragon, the strongest of all dragons and the true geezer dragon, has come to punish him. Take it away, sis. Another dragon moves forward. I can tell from her pitch black scales that she's completely different from the others. Dragons here are usually gold or silver, but this is the first time I'm seeing a black dragon. Ah, if it isn't Mary, says a child looking up at the sky. But this is no ordinary child, it's the human form of the oldest dragon, Al Gore. He may look like a child, but his brain is an adult's. I'm not good with alcohol at all. Juice. Someone bring me juice. Okay, maybe he is a child inside. Well, before that, could you please introduce the dragon to us? Bloody Mary is the second duplicate I created. She's my daughter. Second? Who's the first? Alexander, duh. Right. She's the elite Grinzel, Imperial Princess, dragon, so her prowess is no joke. She was also speculated to be the last one left in the succession race. So, what would she do if she suddenly found out that Ardheg has become the geezer dragon? She'd be furious. What was Alexander thinking when he sent out the invitations? It could have been a provocation, but there's also a slight possibility that it was purely out of goodwill. Well, Alexander does have a bit of an airheaded side to him. I've come to understand that these past few days. Anyway, this black dragoness that suddenly appeared descends alone and rapidly shrinks her body. This is how dragons revert to their human forms, and Bloody Mary's is a mature and alluring lady. Is Ardheg here? She dons a sleek black dress that contours her curves, and her flesh, imbued with plumpness, undulating proportions laid bare. This seductive lady is one of the strongest dragons in the world. Hey, never mind. Just from Alexander's sharp roar, Mary and the other dragons in the sky backed out like little mice. Ah, scary. Brother Alexander is here. But why? No way I'd win. I'm going to skedaddle out of here. They're all so scared. You know, no manners. What kind of attitude are you showing at someone else's home? Did you come here to wage a war? From the looks of it, probably. Today is supposed to be an auspicious day. I invited you here to celebrate it with us. Don't you feel ashamed to Lord Saint if you're just here to display your rude behavior? No, it's okay, so please don't mention my name in this intimidating situation. Brother Alexander, I didn't expect you to be behind all of this. This just makes things even trickier. You're the one who plotted father's assault, weren't you? You just used this puny dragon as your pawn. Is this your revenge for getting your candidacy rights revoked? But why go put your pawn on the throne and stubbornly refuse to show yourself? She's completely misunderstanding the situation. Though, I can kind of get why she'd arrive at that assumption. The geezer dragon's succession should be carried out legitimately. I cannot allow what you did. Therefore, I, Bloody Mary the Graugrinzel dragon, shall be the true geezer dragon. Here, Lady Mary is the rightful dragon Archon. Says the other dragons in the sky. I see now. They must be her followers. What pathetic dragons you all are, says Alexander, shaking his head. You only know brute force to make things bend your way. So be it. I'll show you how it's really done on behalf of Ardheg. Now Emperor, a pure white aura emanates from the body of the wise old man, also called the strongest dragon. I feel like everything's going to end the moment he gets serious. But wait, brother, interferes someone. Leave this to me. Veiled the Grinzel Dragon. Chapter 317. Veil is unmatched. Veil? What are you trying to do? This is supposed to be a story where Alexander burns everything to ashes. I mean, settles things peacefully. I've been feeling pretty grumpy. Why? Dragons have been in the limelight recently, save for me. I'm supposed to be the most well-known dragon here. Okay. Your point? I want to hog just one scene, then earn Junior's respect. Junior's not old enough to retain anything that's happening right now, though. But even Platty's advice fell on deaf ears. Let me handle this one, Alexander. I'm going to use my power to splendidly solve this problem. Very well, readily approves her brother. I do want to see the power of someone in the service of Lord Saint. Bloody Mary should be a worthy opponent for that. Yeah. Is this okay? Sure, Vale is strong, given that she's a dragon. Still, Mary, the second eldest, might be too much for her. I don't know about that, dear, says Platty. She walks up next to me with Junior in her arms. Remember, the people who live on this farm have powered up one way or another. I bet Vale is no exception since she's one of our oldest residents. Huh? She's always been strong, so I can't tell how exactly she's changed, but we'll probably see today the fruits of her time here. The fruits of her time here? I can only remember her eating and sleeping all day. Those days gave her a new power. Vale? I think I've heard that name before, says Bloody Mary, the noblewoman in black. She's one of the 10 most powerful children of Father, aside from Alexander and me. I wasn't expecting you to be their ally. But, So, Vale is that strong, even among her siblings? But how can you be so foolish as to think you can challenge me, the mightiest of dragons? Isn't that brother Alexander? You only come after him. NGH. Mary's expression twisted as if Vale had hit the bullseye. Fine. If you want to die that badly, be the guest of me, the rightful geyser dragon. The beautiful woman in black transforms into her jet black dragon form, Vale following suit, and in an instant, they both soar high into the sky. Can't they go a little more slowly? The sudden gust is causing dust clouds to form. The two confronting dragons glare at each other in the sky. My poor, ignorant sister. There is an unbridgeable gap between you and me that bears the prefix Grau, even though we're both Grinsel dragons, says Mary. Realize the difference between us and back out while you still can. I still need to deal with brother Alexander and Ardheg later. I can't bother myself with each one of you. A jet black aura vigorously emanates from Mary's body. It condenses and materializes into several bullets. Have a taste of my secret arts. Darkness meteor. At her statement, black shadow bullets were unleashed. One shot seems enough to blow up an entire island, yet countless of them are headed toward Vale. Surely, not even she would be able to survive such a brutal attack. A battle between dragons. They have the power to kill their own kind. I shuddered at this thought, but something even more astonishing happened. Boy-Hyun. Vale dispelled the horrifying black barrage like it was nothing. That was one lousy trick. Mary, did you really think you could beat me with just that? You've got to be kidding. Only Alexander could withstand that attack. As if shocked to have her lethal move nullified, the black dragon draws back. You underestimated me. Did you think I was always weaker than you? Excuse me? I've grown. I lived on this farm, ate all kinds of food, and got stronger. But what gave me the most strength was Junior. Junior? What about my son? Junior taught me what love is, and it has made me stronger. With love, I am unmatched. She's starting to sound like a successor of some deadly martial arts style. Witness my newfound power after I discovered love. A fierce dragon aura that surpasses even that of Bloody Mary circulates Vale. My dragon aura imbued with love is 100-fold stronger than before. Take this, secret art, AI, love, Jtaim. The light ray emitted by Vale is much larger and more intense than Mary's black bullets. This one big ray looks like it could easily swallow a giant dragon. Mary frantically evades the attack and throws away her pride as the strongest dragon in the process. I would have been gone as if that had hit me. Vale succeeded in striking fear into the second-ranking dragon. Platty was right. She was also influenced by the farm in her own way. No matter who you are, growth in any form is a good thing. Vale is amazing. Vale is commendable. Darn it, she dodged that. I won't miss this time. AI, love, She mercilessly launches a barrage of light beams of the same scale, not giving Mary enough leeway to attempt another dodge. No, I'm gonna DEE. Everyone could tell this brutal beam was enough to kill her. Or so we thought. I'm gonna die. Huh? Another dragon steps in and intercepts the light beam. He thrusts his arms out and uses his dragon power to create a shield and block Vale's attack. Well, color me surprised. Who could withstand an attack so powerful that a direct hit could have killed the supposed second strongest dragon? Was it the true strongest dragon? Alexander? No. Alexander is standing next to me in his human form, looking up at the same scene as us. Then who? Oh? Isn't that Ardheg? Indeed, it was Ardheg in his dragon form. Sis Vale, your prank has gone too far, he says, brushing off the light particles he just blocked. Wow, you actually managed to block my love attack. Did you have a drastic power-up after becoming Giza Dragon? Surprisingly, Vale is at ease even though her special move was intercepted. Dragons killing each other is meaningless. Please be more mindful, Sis Vale and Sis Mary. Mary, who just had a narrow escape from death, stares dumbfoundedly at her dashing savior. Why, you're Ardheg? Certainly. I understand you're upset a young dragon like me has been appointed as Dragon Emperor, but please calm down. Would you look at that? He's like a wise ruler trying to contain the situation. Is he quickly becoming aware of his new status as Dragon Emperor? Alright. Let's see how strong you've become, Ardheg. Love. Aloha. Sis Vale, why are you firing another attack? Despite that, he still manages to stop Vale's attack. Maybe it really is because he gained power after becoming the Giza Dragon? Chapter 318, A Dragon's Breeding Circumstances. The Dragon Ball is the mark of a Giza Dragon. The dragon that takes it into its body is called the Dragon Emperor and rules over all dragons. As if to prove the ball's greatness, Ardheg became one of the strongest dragons at once. He should have been the 30th strongest dragon by nature, says Alexander. Even he can't hide his astonishment. Ha ha ha. That's how terrifying the Dragon Ball is. It's a priceless treasure that can turn any puny dragon into one of the strongest, says Al Gore, sneering with contentment. After defending himself from Vale's love attacks, Ardheg returns to land and reverts to his human form. That was nerve-wracking. Sis Vale knows no mercy. Well done. Master, what do you think? Wasn't I awesome? I'm worthy enough to be Junior's guardian dragon, right? Vale also reverts to her human form and rushes over to me. Yep. She's insanely strong after the power of love was awakened in her. But Ardheg's impact was so strong that I'm not so sure anymore. What? Well, she doesn't need to show off her power since I've known her to be pretty strong. But maybe this should be enough to convince Bloody Mary now. Mary in question also reverts to her human form, meek and quiet, with no traces of her earlier hostility. Mary, the law of the dragon is that the strong rules all, says Alexander, spoken like their eldest brother. If Ardheg had not saved you, you would have been wiped out by Vale's attack. I suggest you accept the reality and abandon your sinister plans. Yes. She sulks as if the thought of it is too horrible to bear. Her weakness is evident by her pinching on Ardheg's sleeves. Sis Mary? You can let go now. But she shows no signs of letting go. Why am I sensing some sort of wave from them? Arg, this isn't riotous enough, says Vale. Looks like someone here hasn't dipped their dose. Does she still have plenty of energy to spare despite overwhelming the number 2 dragon earlier? I know. Sis Mary has a lot of cronies. I'll go play with them instead. But now, the sky is all blue and clear. Not even a silhouette of a bird in sight, let alone a dragon. Huh? Where did they go? They all got spooked by you and ran away, says Alexander. They were originally hiding behind Mary's shadow to gain an advantage in the succession race. If they come across an opponent they can't beat, they will run. Cowards. They're unworthy of being born to the strongest race. If I had absorbed their power, I wouldn't have been defeated by Ardheg, bitterly says Al Gore, the ex-Giza dragon. I think he's a bit of a coward himself for wanting to take others' power away just to become stronger. Father, what will happen to us now? I don't know. Dragons would kill each other until there's one left, who then would create many copies of themselves and kill each other again, and the cycle repeats. However, their fate was changed in a flash, mostly through me and Sensei's meddling. I kinda feel sorry now that that's been overruled. I have no idea what kind of life awaits us. Maybe nothing will change. Dragons are free creatures by nature, so I'm sure we'll still live freely after being freed from our fate. Not only Vale but also Alexander and Algor have lived their lives with abundant freedom. If freedom is something acquirable through strength, then there is no creature more suited to freedom than dragons, the strongest race. They'll probably enjoy their freedom no differently than before. But if there is one thing that has changed, it's Gaia, the creator goddess. Watched this dragon dispute from start to finish. After finishing her dried squid, she says, "Hey, yes, what is it? Your radiance, doth they not appear wondrous together, thinkest thou?" She says, pointing at Ardheg and Bloody Mary, still pinching his sleeve. "Not to me, I'm afraid," I reply. "Dost thou not sense the undulations of love?" Being saved from certain death by Ardheg made her swoon. Like that? I wasn't expecting dragons to have a more old-fashioned way of falling in love. From yon first geyser dragon I did appoint, sprang all these dragons forth, correct? Yes, not that I was there to witness it, though. From hence, he hath cloned himself and did multiply their numbers. In sooth, asexual reproduction. That's why all the dragons that exist today are Algor's children only. But now, methinks, a change in breeding's course, mayhap required for them to thrive with force. Observing those two dragons hath caused such thoughts within me. So, from asexual to sexual reproduction, starting with those two as a couple. Surely, the geyser dragon will continue to serve as the leader and representative of dragons. I would say letting Ardheg be the first geyser dragon to have his very own family will be a nice trend, and then he and Bloody Mary are going to create dragon babies, but mayhaps 'tis better to maintain their birth rate low. A surplus of dragons shall wreak havoc upon the ecosystem. And as she shall becometh the Dragon Emperor's wife, a title of her own she doth deserve. The creator is suddenly psyched up about creating a new setting. Dragon Empress. What thinkest thee of Queen Dragon? Nay, but dost thou not deem Gwyn Dragon possesseth a more formidable and intimidating tone to it? I don't know. Your radiance. All things appear to hold greater strength and aggression when commenced with a voiced sound. Dost thou not concur? Gwyn Dragon, the Dragon Empress. Maybe that's what Mary will be called in the future. But let's just say it's a harbinger of a new dragon age. Section. Thus, Ardheg's coronation as geyser dragon ended with great success. Alexander went back to his own dungeon, and it seems Ardheg is going to build his own. Mary thought of accompanying him, but in the end, she also went back to her own dungeon. Vale, of course, is still with us. As for one other dragon, aren't you going home? It's Algor, the ex-geyser dragon. I'm no longer a geyser dragon after losing to Ardheg's group, and I don't have a dungeon of my own. Frankly, I have nowhere to go. Are you going to live with us then? Very well, since Vale's already here. I'm just one other dragon. Huh? What's this? Oh, our motto is those who don't work, don't eat. If he wants to live here, he also has to work in the fields. But exactly 3 days after I said that, he disappeared from our farm. Chapter 319. A problematic Great Demon King. Today, the Demon King and his entire family have come to visit. His wives, Mrs. Zastas and Mrs. Glazier, their son, Geisha, and daughter, Marine. Their children had grown a little, so they must have wanted everyone to meet each other. Despite the Demon King's busy schedule, he still makes time to visit us more often than before. 3 children and 3 mothers. Together, they're one lively bunch. 2 fathers watch the peaceful scene from a distance, the Demon King and me. Junior has already met your grandfather, right? Huh? What do you mean? Junior's grandfather? As in the Mermaid King? Well, we did go to the bottom of the sea to meet him. Weren't you there with us? Why do you ask? No, it's nothing. He was flustered when I asked. Then he had a very lonely expression on his face. Geisha and Marine still haven't seen theirs. Huh? His expression becomes more and more sullen. You mean they still haven't met their grandfather? Yes. Wait. No, I've said too much. Forget it, Lord Saint. That won't do. Isn't Geisha almost a year old? He can already stand and walk a little and is learning to speak a few words. What kind of grandfather is he if he still hasn't come to visit them? Well, The royal family has its own hardships. It's hard to go about like a typical commoner would. I understand I'm making my children lonely, and I feel sorry they have such a disappointing father like me. That's not true at all. I started getting heated up. How can a grandfather not come to see his grandchildren? He's the unbelievable one. See, calm down, Lord Saint, he says, overwhelmed by my unexpected resentment. Gasp. That was pretty immature of me. Let's take a deep breath and calm down. I appreciate you getting angry on behalf of my children, Lord Saint. Oh, I guess my voice was so loud that it caught Mrs. Zuster's attention, baby Geisha in her arms. However, this is a matter deeply related to the internal affairs of the Demon Kingdom, so we can't always have things our way. If our son is going to shoulder the nation in the future, he must learn to endure now, she says, cradling her baby. He's almost a year old, and his strength and mobility have increased. He seems eager to break free from his mother's arms and go on an adventurous sap. What's this about their grandfather not meeting his grandchildren? I ask, still unconvinced and resentful. Why don't you share it with him, Lord Zed? Maybe Lord Saint can impart us his good wisdom. No, most certainly not. We've been indebted to Lord Saint numerous times. We can't keep bothering him. Furthermore, this is about our family. We can't bother him with our personal affairs, too. No, I don't mind. We're close, so it's not uncommon for us to share our private matters with each other. You can tell me all about it. HNGH. The Demon King thought hard for a moment. All right, please hear me out, he says. Yes. Section. Geisha and Marine's grandfather is, in other words, my father. Anyone would arrive at that conclusion if they use common sense. His name is the Great Demon King Baal. Sounds like another influential figure's name. Is he greater in rank or something? No, it's not like that, replies Mrs. Zusters. The Great Demon King is a title given to those who have served as the Demon King. He is respected as someone who has successfully completed his reign but has no political power. Oh, so it's like an honorary title for retired people. So, is there a rule that the Great Demon King can't meet his grandchildren? No, not really. The royal demon family is still a family, so a harmonious relationship is preferable. Then, is he not meeting his grandchildren of his own free will? That sounds pretty harsh to me. The reason for this has something to do with our political history. It all goes back to the time my father was the Demon King and I was still a prince. Looks like it's Backstreet time now. Father was an energetic noble, in more ways than one, meaning he had many queens, 6 of them official. His concubines were close to 10, not more than that, I believe. Damn. Hence, he had many children, and 8 of them were legitimate heirs to the throne. One of them was me. Lord Zedden was the youngest of them all, the last in line of succession. Many believed he didn't stand a chance against his siblings who were also fighting for the throne. Mrs. Zuster's explanation puzzles me. This person in front of me right now is the Demon King, right? Yes, it was after a minor family trouble he became king. His brother, who had higher succession rights. How should I say this? A blockhead? It's okay, no need to say that part out loud. Lord Zedden seized power and ascended to the throne in a fashion similar to a coup. At the same time, his father was forced to retire and become Great Demon King. So, it was unintended. Don't tell me he's not getting along with the Demon King's family out of anger? For Lord Bell, such a regime change would be the same as denying his own statesmanship, and it would be tantamount to losing everything he has accomplished. As a result, he doesn't get along with the current administration and its symbol, Lord Zedden. I'm not convinced by all this, says Mrs. Glazier, joining in on the conversation. It is a fact that our nation has improved since Lord Zedden's enthronement. I was just a foot soldier when Lord Bal was king, but it was thanks to Lord Zedden that I was promoted to a heavenly one. He, as king, created a trend where one can rise to the top based on merit alone, regardless of one's origin or faction. You see now? The more his reign is recognized, the more the previous regime he destroyed was wrong. Lord Bal has no choice but to distance himself from the current administration to protect his pride as a former king. The defeated's pride is at stake. As proof, he stubbornly refuses to see his grandchildren. By retiring as a Great Demon King, He publicly acknowledges Demon King Zeden's existence but privately refuses to have any relations with him, showing that he doesn't really approve of the current regime. This is the best opposition he can do as someone who politically lost. While Demon King Zeden is very sincere and upfront about his responsibilities, this has caused a rift with his father, breaking family ties. He, who also has a strong sense of humanity, feels conflicted and suffers from this. So much so that he fell silent halfway through, leaving the rest of the explanation to Mrs. Zusters. If I were to say from an unrelated point of view, the Great Demon King is just being insanely stubborn, but maybe he also has his reasons. Still, the children have nothing to do with this mess. They have the right to be loved not only by their parents but also by their grandparents. To protect that right, let's do this. I have just the plan to make little Geisha and little Marine meet their grandfather. Chapter 320, Demon King and Great Demon King. I am the Great Demon King Bell, also the biggest fool of the demon race, according to many. During my reign as Demon King in the past, I encouraged my people to spread civilization, prioritizing it over the war with our arch-nemesis, the human race. The war had gone on for too long, making the hearts of the demon race desolate and miserable. If it wasn't going to end despite our efforts, shouldn't we raise the national cultural level and enlighten the demons instead? With this in mind, I adopted a preferential treatment policy for the various artisan guilds to promote civilization and went around buying dirt cheap antiques at high prices to show that even old things have significant value. However, it was all for naught. Over time, my reputation was established as a big fool who ignores his enemy to do monkey business, and lost even the aristocrats' support. My youngest son, Zed, whom I had no expectations of, was somehow promoted and took control of the government. I, in turn, was forced to either retire or be imprisoned. My resignation was disgraceful. Henceforth, people called me the biggest fool of the demon race. Was what I did wrong? Was it a foolish desire to enrich the minds of my people? Well, I did prioritize my frolicky and recklessly spend money to help the demons establish a civilized life. In doing so, I had many lovers and many children, making the succession issue even more complicated. But can they blame me? I, the spearhead of my nation, wanted to take the initiative so that the common people would have some placidity. Though it is deplorable that my first and second sons grew up to be morons only interested in fashion, my anxiety would send me to the grave in fear of another coup if they succeeded me. Only Zed, the youngest child I neglected after his mother's early death, grew up to be a decent man with potential. When I was forced to retire in a coup, every single one of my many consorts and concubines vanished. They either went back to their parents' homes or followed their sons, who fled the capital, leaving me behind. I'm not surprised. Nothing is to be gained by staying close to me when I am no longer in power. Left alone with no one to care for me, I had no choice but to waste my pension collecting more antiques and artifacts. Even if I degenerate as an individual, I will stick to my policy. Call me a fool for all I care. Today, Zed has come to my house again. He's a very conscientious, or rather, spiteful chap. I guess he wants to make his administration more solid and fix his relationship with me. That's why he's been visiting me more often lately. It only gets on my nerves. Really? Father, won't you please grant my request? HMPH, I don't care. He must have come to request that I meet his children. In other words, my grandchildren. His two queens gave birth to a prince and a princess, respectively. I'm not down for it. Maybe he thinks I'll get along with his family after seeing his children's adorableness. Sorry to say, but I am not that cheap. Ever since he forced me to step down from the throne, Zed and I have been sworn enemies until my last breath. I'll continue to be the thorn in his side as the Great Demon King. I'll also hoard all the art I can from his pension. Still it's foolish of a king to waste so much time on something so obvious. Go home already if you're done with your whining. I'm busy savoring this new food item called sausage that is raved in the capital. By the way. What? What do you mean, by the way? Don't use phrases that will prolong your stay here. This wooden idol sure has marvelous craftsmanship. Oh, even you, a blockhead, can appreciate its beauty. Why, yes, it must be a statue of Hades, our guardian deity. It looks a lot like him. Looks a lot like him? That's quite a peculiar way of evaluating it. But whatever. This was brought to me by Liviaza, the woman you recently selected as one of the new Heavenly Four. It's a good statue, isn't it? It looks and feels so alive. You're right. Don't you think our people should spend more money on them? In my day, people used to say, if you have money to pay for this, dedicate it to war expenditures. Ironically enough, you ended that war. It wasn't me alone. I just made the final touches on the achievements of father and kings before you. Didn't know you could use flattery now. None of the past demon kings, including myself, had the slightest clue we'd be able to end the human-demon war. We all thought it was like a natural disaster that would only go on forever. Zed has all the right to call himself the greatest demon king of all time for ending it. But it'd be a massive blow to my pride if I were to admit that. I've gone on a tangent. We're supposed to be talking about this magnificent divine statue. In the future, the country will need more craftsmen. Similarly, people will need to develop an appreciation for such treasures. Now that the war is over, civilization is essential for our people. Exactly. HMPH, you sound like you're just following along, pretending to be a goody two-shoes. The next thing the powers should do is become patrons and protect the many talented craftsmen. Only by providing them with basic needs and an environment in which they can devote themselves to their work can they produce masterpieces that will last for generations to come. So, is this statue's creator under your patronage? You just had to hit a nerve, huh? As much as I want to have the genius behind this masterpiece close by me, I cannot. I don't even know who they are or what their name is. I tried asking Liviaza many times, but she wouldn't tell me anything. I can only assume that the creator stubbornly refuses to let the world know about them. Well, I've brought good news for you, Great Demon King. Whoa. Huh? A third person suddenly appeared. Wait, aren't you Belphegamilia of the Heavenly Four? Great Demon King, please take a look at this. Huh? This? A letter? Written on quality paper, to boot. It's far from parchment. It's an invitation. An invitation? From who? From the people who made the statue. Who else? What? I hurriedly unfolded the invitation and read it. To summarize, it reads, we'd love to have someone with an eye for detail as you visit us. What godsend. I'm coming right this instant. Prepare the carriage. Please wait and read everything that's written on it. What? Who is this letter addressed to? It's addressed to me, the Great Demon King. Why the obvious question? But when I resumed reading, I was shocked. It can't be to the Demon King's family. It's not a personal letter addressed to me. But Your Majesty is still included since you're the Demon King's father. NGHH. But if you accept this invitation, you have to come with the rest of the family, the Demon King himself, his wives, and their children. NGHHHHHHH. That means I'm forced to go with Zedna after all those years of keeping my distance from him. B. Belphegamilia. Why is this invitation with you? I thought this was Liviaza's role. She asked me to take over just because we're both heavenly ones. It's a hassle, frankly speaking. Zedna and Belphegamilia are talking beside me, but I'm not in the mood to worry about them. I definitely want to meet the genius craftsman who made this idol, but that means I have to go with Zedna's family. Whatever should I do? Great Demon King. Hyun. B. Belphegamilia. What is it? The Demon King wants to fix the bond between you as parent and child. Isn't that a waste of compassion for a loser like you who doesn't even have the qualifications to be a father? I know, but I still have my pride. I never dared to speak my mind precisely because I know how stubborn you can get, but the Demon King has been so considerate of you that he's prepared this roundabout method. Can't you at least make some kind of compromise? I know, but go. Okay. I couldn't defy Belphegamilia. His rebuke was the final deciding factor for me to go with Zedna's family. Chapter 321. A touching meeting. It's me again. We're coming up with a plan to bring Keisha and Marine to meet their grandfather. We discovered from various intel that the valued client who was buying the elves' crafts was the Great Demon King. Realizing how small the world was, I wondered if I could use this to our advantage. After much careful thought, We settled with luring him in with our work. It seems that this great demon king likes arts and crafts, and our farm just so happens to be teeming with such articles: pottery, leather goods, glasswork, and so on. It's mostly the elves making it. But if we can use that as bait, I'm sure the great demon king will come. Then, we'll make him meet Geisha and Marine. What do you think? Sounds like a plan. After getting everyone's approval, we decided to put things into action. The first thing to do is to write him an invitation. I asked the Demon King to act as an intermediary, but he said he wouldn't dare trick his own father. He sure is an honest man. Overall, our conversation went well, and it was decided that we'd welcome him with open arms once he came. Today is the day the Great Demon King visits us. We're waiting for him at the waypoint. The only way to get to our farm from the Demon Kingdom is through teleportation, so this style of greeting is the norm. After a spatial shift caused by the magic, two burly demons appear. One is the Demon King, and the other, older one, is his father, the Great Demon King. Welcome. Great Demon King Bal looks a lot like the Demon King, as they are indeed father and son. Naturally, he's way older, but he still has a well-built physique. You can tell even from his clothes that he has a lean body, strong enough to defeat a young man in a fight. Great Demon King Bal has a reputation for his gaudy fancies, but he's also famous in the field of martial arts, explains Belina beside them. As expected, she knows a lot about her motherland's situation. When he was king, he stood at the front line of the human-demon war, wielding the furious holy sword Inrot and driving away humans by the thousands. That's why it was hard to comment on his hobby. Kind of makes it hard to tell whether or not he's competent. He is competent, but sometimes intensely incompetent was the assessment of many. Either that or he's alternating between the two. What a difficult person to judge. It's because of that kind of person that the Demon King can't dislike him. Still struggling to mend their relationship. I'll also do my best to help him out. Allow me to show you the way to the main building first. This way, please. That's all he ever says. I wonder if he's a man of few words or just nervous. It's difficult to break the ice with him. There, the two demon queens, Mrs. Zastas and Mrs. Glazier, are waiting for us, their babies in their arms. Great Demon King, it's so nice to see you. Yes. They greet their father-in-law, who is also the father of their nation. Mrs. Glazier, who worked her way up from a mere soldier, is not used to etiquette, so it's concerning in many ways. Good. The Great Demon King responds with a hand gesture. And finally, the Demon Prince Geisha and Demon Princess Marine meet their grandfather. I've heard about this place from Zed. Since it's not under any power's territory, it's the same as if this place doesn't exist. Therefore, our meeting today doesn't officially exist, either. Yes, sir. That's why I agreed to this. Don't you forget that. In other words, he's trying to say, don't get the wrong idea. This doesn't mean I've made peace with you. Anyway, Mrs. Zastas steps forward first. This is the Demon Prince Geisha, your grandson. He takes the 1-year-old infant from Mrs. Zastas' arms. Ho ho. He's a lively one, ain't he? He's as rambunctious as a fawn. Geisha is as energetic as he said, curiously grabbing and trying to pull on his beard. Seeing how healthy he is and how his mother is the heir to the wild holy sword Sechwis, surely, the next generation will be a tranquil one. I am awed by your generous words. After returning Geisha, next is the second demon queen, Glazier, and her daughter, Marine. Zed having a second wife was a surprise in itself. Then again, he's an earnest fool. Are you from the family who inherited the other holy sword? No, sir. I'm from a branch family of a branch family, so I'm not related to the head family as much. Zed's ability to raise such a nameless soldier like you to the rank of the Heavenly One and still produce results is what makes him so highly regarded. I do find it frustrating, albeit after holding Marine for a while, he returns her to Mrs. Glazier. For those in power, it is important to give birth to an heir. You've done exceptionally well in that, Zed. No, this is entirely Astor's and Glazier's efforts, replies the Demon King humbly. Seeing his grandfather and his grandchildren finally come face to face, he's moved to tears. Ultimately, It may have been the right decision to give up the throne to you. You ended the human-demon war, which was thought to go on forever, and formed friendly relations with the Mermaid Kingdom. Thanks to you and your skills, the world is heading toward peace. Oh, so far, so good. The great Demon King, who couldn't be honest all this time, finally recognizes his son's achievements. Will they be able to reconcile today? I think it's time I leave all the nation's affairs to you and let this old man step aside. Do whatever you desire. Meanwhile, He breaks into a run. I'm going to this place to my heart's content. Wait. I managed to stop him in the nick of time as he kicked the door open and tried to escape. Please wait. We invited you today so you could bond with your grandchildren. Why rush things and get away from here? I knew that was your goal, but my only purpose here is to see where those wonderful plates and statues are made. Take me there. As if I will dote on your grandchildren more. I thought that if he had direct contact with them, he'd instantly grow attached and be so devoted to them that he wouldn't care about anything else. But I was too optimistic. Is this old man only ever interested in his own hobbies? Shut up. I'm the great Demon King, a distinguished figure. Listen to me and hand over all your craftsmen. I'll provide them with the best working environment. Don't just smoothly make demands. I won't let you take a step out of this room until you've doted on your grandchildren for all the time you've neglected them. I finally understood what competent but also intensely incompetent meant. The great Demon King and I went back and forth, arguing about whether or not to let him out of the room. I could see the Demon King's family smiling wryly as they watched us. It's okay, Lord Saint. I know better than anyone how far there is. They leave me no choice but to use my last resort. Please, Sensei. Got it. I had the Sensei on standby in the next room in anticipation of this, and had him summon a god. This time, he summoned the demon race's guardian deity, Hades. Whoa. He looks just like the statue I have back at home. Wait, don't tell me. Seeing Hades in person, the great Demon King trembles with fear. The god seems to bear enmity toward him. Glaring intensely, "Hark, demon!" Adultery, I say, is most violent loathsome, and starts lecturing him. Chapter 322, The Great Demon King's Farm Visit. At first, one of the plans was to summon Hades, god of the underworld. If there's anyone higher in rank than a king, it's a god. So, if we ask Hades to give the order, even the great Demon King won't be able to defy it. This effect seemed to be outstanding. However, coercion is never a good thing, no matter the reason. Plus, it'd be rude to Hades to summon him every time, so we kept it as our last resort. We tried appealing to the great Demon King's conscience and innate familial love, but our expectations were completely betrayed. Left with no other choice, we summoned Hades to scold him. Thou art a hopeless Demon King, art thee not? The god of the underworld is the only one who can call the great Demon King hopeless. What? A great Demon King? I doth not care thee the way. Thy son is a fine king, and I bestowed upon that gent the title of greatest Demon King of all time. And yet, thou art his predecessor. Art thee not ashamed of thyself? Is it not typical of a king to treasure his people as if they were his own children? Alas, thee doth not even know how to treasure thine own grandchildren. I loveth thee demon mortals as if thee were mine own offspring. Oh, and I hath heard that you hast 6 wives. What kind of attitude is that when thou art under mine own protection? Art thee not embarrassed to be a demon who is following Zeus' footsteps in taking as many women as thee can? He's really giving him an earful. Thanks to this, the great Demon King is mentally beat up. Oh, Zed. He kneels in front of his son and his family. I'm sorry. Please forgive me for being so cold with you. Father, please. The compassionate Demon King goes down on one knee. I understand your delicate position, Father. Nonetheless, I forced you into doing this. I have my wrongdoings too. No, it's okay. It's all my fault for being so stubborn. From now on, let's cherish each other as father and son. And just like that, their relationship was successfully fixed thanks to Hades' compelling force. So, shall we finally see the elves' workshop? Says the great Demon King. He's steadfast. He still hasn't lost his desire despite all that criticism. His toughness is definitely Demon King level. An unnecessary approval from Hades. You come too, Zed. You're the current demon king, and we need to work together to improve our people's culture. Yes, father, now that they've reconciled, he's involving his son in his plans. Stopping him in his tracks seems close to impossible. Oh well. I'll just take them to our farm's craft department. Oh, I almost forgot. Thank you for coming today, Hades. Now that your mightiness business is done, you're free to leave right away. Quaint harsh treatment toward a god, nay, exactamundo. Well, it'd be insulting to ask him to leave as is, so I offered him the meal I had prepared. Section. Then, we finally arrived at the elves' workshop. Oh, says the great demon king in astonishment. The elves are meticulously crafting tools for daily use as usual. Are my eyes deceiving me? Elves who are said to never stay under a roof are here working so diligently. They're making leather handbags right now, as per Mr. Shax of the Pandemonium Trading Company's request. Pandemonium Trading Company has connections here? They didn't say a word about it. That's what we agreed on. Merchants must be tight-lipped, after all. Either way, it's a great workshop. How much money do I have to pay you to buy these elves' service? Please don't start negotiating right off the bat. And stop using your money and power to take everything for yourself all the time. I'm sure this pushy attitude is more typical of a demon king. Zedn is just too nice of a man for his position. I have to always remember to be grateful for that. Won't you please give it a second thought? The nation needs them to improve the cultural standards. Many elves' works are circulated in the demon capital, so I think they're already making a fair contribution. If you insist, why don't you try to negotiate with them directly? Really? If you say so. The great demon king cheerfully persuades the elves. However, their answers are all the same. We will only move to a place if it is better food than the farm, they said. At first, the great demon king was optimistic. Oh, that? No problem, my personal cook will serve you the best food every day. Nope. Rejected. Out of the question. An empty promise. What? He may have thought he was offering the best conditions, but it was nowhere near enticing for the elves. I decided to take the great demon king into the kitchen and serve some food. I can't win against this. He collapses then and there. Not only are the crafts here top-notch, but so is the food. Delicious. So delicious. Though defeated, he still continues to eat the sandwiches on the table. Well, since the elves are still at work, why don't we take a look at a different area? You mean there's more? There is another creative area on our farm aside from the elf workshop. Betami's tailoring room. Since the farm study program started, the number of residents has increased. So she's still swamped. Oh? Demons work here too? He says, seemingly proud to have come across his own people here. He looks at the finished products Betami made, randomly lined up nearby. Aren't these new Jew clothes, the most popular brand in the capital? He noticed, as expected of those with a discerning eye. Is this lass perhaps a top-brand craftsman? Are you willing to work for me? Like I said, please refrain from immediate headhunting. Scouted by the great demon king, Betami stops working on her machine, faces the VIP, and says, I'm a veteran soldier of the army before I came here to work as a tailor. Sir. Oh, then why don't you go back? You were still demon king when I first joined the army, but the command structure was perfunctory. I've lost count of how many times I almost died from haphazard marches. If I hadn't been discovered by Miss Astor's and made her aid, I might have died for real. Oh, now, in Lord Zedden's reign, I have experienced planned marches, making me realize all the more how the previous command was so sloppy. I'm sorry, sir, but I don't feel like experiencing such hardship under you again. I apologize for that. Betami is an ex-soldier who has been enlisted in the army since she was young. As a result, she has mastered discerning which boss she should follow. Section. Thus, the great demon king failed to scout anyone. He's standing outdoors, melancholic in the twilight. This is a wonderful place. Indeed, father. The demon king is beside him, also in a sentimental mood. He's a sincere man, willing to stick it out with his father till the end. At the same time, I realize that your reign is better than mine, Zed. It is sunk deeply into my mind. Son, I leave everything to you from now on, including handling this place. Father. And so, the relationship between the two has been mended, right? Leave it to me. As the current Demon King, I'll be sure to solve your biggest concern. Oh, son. Later on, the whole family sat around the table and had a peaceful supper. Chapter 323, A Princess Ambition. The study program launched on our farm was meant to gather youth from the human, demon, and mermaid races and educate them to become future leaders. Thanks to this, the farm's average age has drastically decreased, and population distribution has been dramatically affected. Demons have increased, mermaids have increased, and a similar increase in humans led to this one incident. Section. This is our chance. Let us read it. The former princess of the human kingdom has come to me for advice. Chance for what? Reclaiming our territory. This is our chance to start a resistance against the Demon King's army. She's saying disturbing things again. Let us read it. Is a princess of a ruined nation destroyed by the demons. Plans for her execution were set in place, but here she is. The guillotine was supposed to have her head, but she survived thanks to the mercy of her enemy, the Demon King. Now, she's here in exile, or rather, imprisonment. She acted high-handed, just like any other princess when she first arrived, but as the days went by, she got used to life, matured, and became a simple worker. Unfortunately, her air-headed side still hasn't been fixed. The only thing she cares about now is the number of beans she can grow, so I didn't think she still had a shred of hope of being reinstated as a princess. I mean, think about it. There are a lot of human students here now, right? Yeah. If I can win them over, they will eventually revolt to reclaim the land from the hands of the demons. Then, I'll be reinstated as a princess. Maybe. Aren't they promising assets? That's why they're here? I'm sure they can do it. The student's talent has reignited a fire of ambition that I thought was utterly extinguished. I hope she stops. She's in a delicate position where she could be executed for having such risky thoughts. Please don't talk about hazardous ideas before me, who always wants to settle things peacefully. But the fact that she came to me to discuss things makes it hard to tell if she's really serious. I thought I'd need your permission to reveal my identity to them and earn their respect, so here I am. So, can I? I can, right? I can't tell how far she's serious. Or is she just that dumb? Go ahead. Yes, I gave in to my curiosity to see how severe her stupidity was and gave her permission. Now that I've gotten official permission, I'm going to turn all the humans here into my retainers. Bow to the royal family's charisma. With that, she runs off. I, extremely worried, decided to follow her. Section. Stand back, everyone. Do you know who I am? ? I am the former princess of the human kingdom. Let us read it. Did you fail to recognize me? Let us read it approaches the human students in full force. The students are helping with farm work, as it isn't school time at the moment. Looking at their amateur work, she says, you mustn't pull the weeds from their roots. Huh? Really? Uprooting them messes up the soil. Besides, it's troublesome. But if you trim between the stem and the root and cover it with soil, it won't grow back. After ending her lecture to her farm juniors, I am let us read it. Princess of the human kingdom, she boldly reintroduces herself. But the student's reaction is quite unsatisfactory. Okay. After I tried my best to turn a blind eye to it the first time, it's as if their reaction was meant to imply that she's being a bother. What? Aren't you impressed? Someone from the royal family is still alive. It would have been better for us if all of you were gone. Huh? Let us read it. Is shocked by the student's harsh words. I mean, we're much better off ever since the demons took over. Taxes are lighter, no thought control, and most importantly, no more war. We can finally live in peace and prosperity, so please don't do anything unnecessary to set back the times. We like the way things are now. We don't want to go back to those miserable days. Let us read it is cornered by the blunt statements of her compatriots. But what about worshipping me and starting a freedom movement? We won't do that. Please face reality. I didn't want this to happen, so I pretended all this time like I didn't notice you loitering around the farm. They make a good point. The three races are about to harmonize and usher in an era of peace. so they don't want the royalties' selfishness to disrupt it. I won't give up. She says, please give up. I know there's more than one way to move people. If they won't work for the greater good, I'll use a different approach. What? As you would expect from an ex-royal, she has no shortage of ways to control people. The most effective way to sway them is through reward. I see. If you follow me, you will be rewarded handsomely. How about that? You plan to lure us in with money? They seem a little shaken at the mention of a reward. I guess anyone would find money enticing. Wait, but what does Lettuce Riot have at her disposal right now? Isn't she a prisoner? Go on. Take as much as you want. I saved them throughout my life here. She takes out something from her pocket. Beans and presents soybeans. When she started growing her favorite crop, she became obsessed, starting with fava beans, peanuts, soybeans, red beans, peas, and more. She grew so much that she handles our farm's bean production now. Don't be shy, you can have all the beans you want if you stick by my side. Lettuce Riot appeals to her people with beans. In response to this, the students have a let-down look on their faces and say, no, thank you. What? She exclaims, but why? They're beans, they're so good. Don't you want some? No, meat's much better. Phew. She's shocked, but she refuses to be beaten here. Well, I, too, like cake and ice cream. We'd rather have alcohol. Everyone gives concrete examples of food more delicious than beans. No. This, more than anything else, devastated Lettuce Riot. Thus, her mission to reclaim her land was downgraded to just making new friends. Section. Boo-hoo. Wails Lettuce Riot in the lap of her good friend, Hawker's Fawn. There, that must have been very sad, says Hawker's Fawn, patting her head. Hick. They made fun of my beans. That's what you're sad about? I interject. It wasn't her failed plan to be reinstated as a princess that made her sad, but that her beans weren't accepted. But beans are delicious. They're viewy deli-juice. Where in the world did she get her love for beans, even? I'm very upset about it, too. An insult to beans is an insult to Lettuce Riot and me. Wait. Now Hawker's Fawn's getting fired up. Master, I would like to make those ignorant people realize the true power of beans. Yeah, let's tell them, Holly. Cries Lettuce Riot. What about your ambition to reclaim your territory? We'll show them with our entire being on the line. Let it be known that beans are the best food. Guess you don't care about your other plan anymore. Okay then. Thus, the spark of warfare was safely put out, and the haphazard plan of making beans popular among the youth took precedence instead. Chapter 324, Making Tofu. Lettuce Riot's goal has shifted to teaching youth about the goodness of beans, while her plan to restore the human kingdom was utterly discarded. Guess we're focusing on beans now. Help me, Saint. Please help us, Master. All right. I, too, was asked to partake in their bean movement. The students who came here to study are mostly in their teens. In short, they're young and lively. It's only natural they'd be more interested in meat, sugary sweets, and alcohol, which suit their taste better. Wait. Alcohol? Never mind. Can beans rise to the youth's stardom against such formidable rivals? This is going to require some serious brainstorming. The first idea that comes to mind is to process the beans in some way. Meat and sweets are processed to the point where they're indistinguishable from their original counterparts. So why not process the beans to make things even? What can be produced by processing beans, though? Tofu hamburger? But hamburgers are, in essence, just meat and nothing else. Tofu hamburger leans more on the healthier side of the spectrum, which does not seem to fit the teen's palate. What else then? Wait, we already have the answer with us. Tofu. Just remove the hamburger part. Tofu is one of the most popular forms of processed soybean. We've already made miso and soy sauce, but surprisingly, not tofu. Then again, the first two are condiments, while tofu is a food in itself. Honestly, I'm not so sure if it'll be popular among the teens, but whatever, it's time to try our hand at making tofu on this otherworldly farm. Master, what about natto? If we don't come to any more conclusions, we'll be forced to go with Hawker's Fon's natto idea. So let's get started. Section. We'll be making tofu now. OHH. After a lengthy introduction, we are ready to make tofu. Tofu is made from soybeans. I think I learned how to make it from TV and manga in my world, so we should be fine. We're going to make the best tofu using lettuce Riet's beloved soybeans that she grew. First, we dump the soybeans into the water and set them aside. After the beans have absorbed the water, we boil them. Then, we mash them as is, wrap them in a cloth and wring the water out to separate them from the lees. So far, so good. Oh, Saint's profound wisdom is bursting. There's no telling what he'll come up with. Lettuce Riet and Hawker's Fon, who started the whole thing, observe in wonder. I wonder if I should be the only one working when they were the ones who started this, but I guess I can't ask too much of them when this is my first time making it too. Well, now that I've gone through those steps and all, the extract is the soy milk, and the lees are tofu dregs. These are famous as foods in their own right. We make the tofu from soy milk. I have no use for the dregs, though. What to do? Woof! Pocky appeared by my feet out of nowhere. He's a dog monster that lives with us. Huh? You want this? Woof! I see. I don't know what to do with it anyway, so I'll just give it to him. Pocky wolfs down the dreg gleefully, eventually attracting his pack mates, gathering around to gobble up the rest. Even the Oshkamos came. Come to think of it, I remember dregs being used as fodder in my world. I guess this means our farm animals will have a new menu item to eat. So, this tofu is made from this soup thing? Asks Lettuce Riet. The soup she's referring to is soy milk. Yes. This soy milk will harden to make tofu, I believe. But it can be consumed as it is right now, you know? Soy milk is a highly nourishing beverage. It's like milk. See? Nutrition. Is there anything good about drinking it? In this world where nutritional science isn't well developed, the idea of good for your health doesn't make much sense to them. Food is only meant to fill your belly, and that it's tasty. Well, soy milk has isoflavones and other nutrients. Huh? What's that? Some kind of spell? I'm not surprised they think of it that way. I heard the isoflavones contained in soybeans are similar to female hormones, so when they enter the body, they function similarly. So, if you drink a lot of soy milk, and ingest a lot of isoflavones, it'll make your boobs bigger? It's the female hormone's role to form a feminine body. After all, it will make your chest and bum plumper. Then, the moment I said that, a huge army formed around us. Eek! What's going on? When did so many of them appear? I didn't even sense them coming. The crowd that surrounded us had an unusually high percentage of women. Actually, scratch that. They're all women. I have a question, Lord Saint. What is it? I was asked by one of the women forming the encirclement. She's young, probably one of the students. Is it true that elixir has the effect of making boobs bigger? She asks, pointing at the freshly made soy milk. Huh? That's when I finally understood. This group of women that suddenly appeared all have one thing in common, a flat chest. Is it their regret and obsession that brought them here? Lord Saint. I'll have a sip of that wonder drug too. If it makes my boobs bigger, then I'll gladly have some. I've had enough of my boyfriend sighing every time he sees my chest. They're surging forward fervently. Do they want to have big boobs that badly? But you can't. This soy milk is an important ingredient in the tofu we're going to make. I can't let it go to waste. Don't be silly. Our dreams are just beyond our reach. Once I get bigger boobs, I'll even let you fondle them as thank you. No, thank you. But this army of ladies surrounding me refuses to give up. Beside them, Lettuce Riet and Hawker's Fon, with reasonably sized chests, remain silent. They're just standing there. Oh, well, anyway, I decide to make tofu by solidifying soy milk, but just when I was about to start, I thought, how do I solidify soy milk to turn it into tofu? I got as far as making soy milk with the knowledge I gained from watching TV, but from there on, it was all a bit hazy. How does soy milk harden into tofu? Does it set on its own if I leave it alone? I don't know, but I also think it would be a waste of time to leave it as it is. At any rate, I gave the soy milk to the girls as they wished. Making otherworldly tofu, to be continued. Chapter 325, Bottomless Tofu Mash. I'm still in the middle of making otherworldly tofu. I've mashed the soybeans, boiled them, and separated them into soy milk and dregs. However, I still can't go beyond that. I thought I'd make tofu by solidifying the milk, but I have no recollection of how. It's only now that my memory isn't as helpful. Well, I can try various methods. Will it harden naturally with time? Nope. Soy milk will be soy milk no matter how long you leave it. Otherwise, there's no way it could have been made into a drink. What else is there, then? Freezing it? Sure, it's a straightforward means of solidification, but we'd only end up with frozen soy milk, not tofu. I just gave the wasted soy milk and dregs to the flat-chested Army and Pocky's group, respectively, trying to think outside the box. I wonder if there's a special chemical that can be used to coagulate the soy milk, and then, it hit me. The characteristic name came to my mind. Bitten. I've heard it's indispensable for making tofu. I don't remember the specifics, but I think bitten is the coagulating agent that turns soy milk into tofu. That's definitely it. Okay, let's get some bitten. But how? How can I get something I only know the name of? There's no such thing as Google in this world, so I can't just look it up and bam, I have the answer. Looks like I gotta rack my brain some more. Bitten gives me the impression that it is something to do with the sea. It must be made by processing seawater in some way. And speaking of the sea, I have a formidable ally. Section. Is this it? My wife, Platty, is a mermaid and an expert in potions. Compounding seawater into her potions to create otherworldly bitten using my vague clues was a piece of cake for her. Thanks, Platty. You're the best. A genius. I love you. Or, I feel like I'm going to swim to skies when you flatter me that much. I love you too. After hugging my beloved wife with Junior in between, I immediately add her bitten into the soy milk. It solidified. Finally, something that looks like tofu is taking shape. I cut the hardened soy milk into tofu-like shapes and served them on a plate. What is this white stuff? It doesn't look like any other food I've ever eaten. Is it even edible? Just give it a try. I looked down at the tofu sample with Platty. We're doing some taste testing now. Even if it looks like tofu, it's worthless if it tastes nothing like it. Taste is the most crucial thing in cooking, after all. Let's try it chilled first. It's the simplest and fastest way to have it. I put bonito flakes, chopped green onions, grated ginger, and soy sauce. Pick one up with chopsticks and take a big bite. It's delicious. A huge success. Tofu has been successfully recreated in another world. Oh, this has a unique texture to it. Platty also took a bite and was astonished. It's so soft and spongy. It's very easy to eat. I think I can feed Junior this once he's weaned. She has taken on a motherly point of view after giving birth. The tofu itself doesn't have any flavor, but that's why it can be paired with just about anything. The bonito flakes, green onions, and ginger make a great combo with it. It was well received. Let's see what's next for tofu, a versatile ingredient that can be combined with any food. I heat water in a pot, make dashi, dissolve the miso, and add the diced tofu. Tada. Tofu miso soup. A classic tofu dish. Room temperature tofu is also delicious, but you should also taste the goodness of warm tofu in miso soup. Platty looked pale upon seeing the tofu miso soup. What's wrong? Dear, I know. I'm the one who developed miso, after all. Miso is made from soybeans, right? You put tofu made from soybeans in miso soup, also made from soybeans? In other words, this soup is 100% soy. That's what you noticed? After all that hard work, I'm just going to eat soybeans and nothing else? I feel like I've discovered a secret of a world I shouldn't know about. Oh, come to think of it, the soy sauce you put earlier is also made from soybeans. No, Platty, don't think any deeper than that. You'll end up a slave to soy. Section. Anyway, Platty and I relished the tofu dishes. I thought that adding another foodstuff would enrich our diet, but I realized I had forgotten something important. That's right. It's about why I decided to make tofu. The bean lovers Lettuce Riot and Hawkers Fon asked me to develop a bean dish that will be ridiculously popular among the youth. While I can't say for sure that the finished tofu will be well received, I might as well present it to them now that I've made it. So, I looked around. Oh, seems pretty rowdy over there. I think I can hear Lettuce Riet's voice among the loud cheers. I followed the voice to see things for myself. Do you like big boobs? Yeah. Do you want to have big boobs? Yeah. Lettuce Riet's here, instigating something in front of a crowd of females. If you drink this soy milk, you'll be one of us. No more sighs from your boyfriend. Marvel at the power of soybeans. All together now. Cheers. Cheers. Girls dreaming of a bigger chest of flocked to Lettuce Riet's mugs full of a soy milk. Master. Oh, Hawker's Fon? Beside me. Hawker's Fon is busy mashing boiled soybeans to make milk. The soy milk you developed is a great success, Master. It's booming in popularity as a wonder drug that will make a woman's breasts grow. Like I said, it's not a wonder drug. It seems that I fulfilled their request the moment I made soy milk. The power of beans had an instantaneous effect on these troubled girls, not just the students whose bodies were still developing. Count me in. I want that wonder drug that will make my boobs bigger. Even the elves. Heck, yes. If I drink that, mine will be just like Miss Astress. And there's one of the demon duo. Belina. Calm down, everyone. Such a suspicious item requires a teacher's inspection first. Teacher Carp. Lettuce Riet is genuinely delighted with how soy milk has become popular among young and old alike. This is the power of beans. One day, I'm going to show this to the entire world. She has set a new goal. I was about to ask her if she was over her nation's revival, but immediately losing sight of her former goals to work hard on something else is one of her strong points. So, I just let her be. Later on, I asked them to try the tofu, which was also well received. Section. Then, Master, this soy milk smells. You were here too. Vale, the dragon, has joined the soy milk fiasco, and I thought it was rare of her not to show up while I was cooking. I'll make my boobies bigger with soy milk and breastfeed Junior. That's what you're after? End of Volume 9.